Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now.
Wrestling fans, spring kicks off with the in-studio return of the Berzerker, John Nord, Thursday, April the 14th, to kick off Back to the 80s live Wrestling in Legends Fanfest weekend. The Berzerker returns for Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, a cyber autograph signing, and more. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign to you live on the air. The big man kicks off 3 big days of action, excitement, and memories. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF Legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marotti here at the world-famous MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of champions, 02176. Feeling lucky to be here after almost being denied the chance to travel home from the Big Apple on Monday while having a major CRPS attack in New York City. It's been like 9 days of physical torture since this kicked in the leg and the foot. Before we leap into Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review for March the 5th, 2022, can you believe that we are only 6 weeks away from Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s live MWF Wrestling Event Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th from Memorial Hall right here in Melrose, Massachusetts. The event was originally pegged for April 2020 before the world fell apart from coronavirus, but it feels like we're just around the corner from a night of memories and legends you are never going to forget. Before an incredible live in-ring extravaganza featuring the hungry young athletes of today and tomorrow, we're going to bring you a slice of Wrestlemania history featuring WWE Hall of Famer and recent cancer surgery survivor Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, fellow WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the unpredictable Berzerker, the massive and indestructible Warlord, rounded out with the dangerous one himself, evil referee turned wrestler turned back referee Danny Davis, as announced last night on MWF Extra with President Dr. David Reese's commitments with AEW right now. He has asked John Cena Sr. and I to partner as co-general managers of sorts for this event. And we're not going to let you down, folks. We've promised to go big if you guys help load up on VIP packages and tickets by next Sunday night, March the 13th. We're very willing to add a 9th featured 80s WWF legend, a 10th featured WWF legend. The sky is certainly the limit on that if you help us pack Memorial Hall in advance. It's up to you. VIPs are in for the time of their lives, which includes a VIP exclusive question and answer session with the 80s legends, a VIP exclusive Group 80s WWF Legends photos, then doors open to all fans for the autograph and photo fan fest before the bell rings again for that hot night of in-ring action. More big news for the event. Chairman Neil Manolian got the official word from Peggettville that on April 16th at Memorial Hall, the mask mandate is no more. It is completely at your discretion if you want to wear a mask. If you don't want to wear one, that's up to you. If you feel more comfortable, then please, we want you to feel comfortable wearing the mask. Again, it's completely up to you either way. With a mask, out a mask, we look forward to seeing you at the big event. VIP packages and tickets to Back to the 80s are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Act now to lock in the best seats in the house to New England's biggest professional wrestling party of 2022. Looking forward to seeing you April the 16th. We also announced that we're going to be having live specials the week of the event. On Thursday night, April the 14th, 48 hours before we go back to the 80s, Fridley's finest, the Wendy's Frosty-loving Berzerker, will be here with us in studio for a live Wrestling Insider taping and cyber autograph signing, maybe even a Frosty-eating challenge with our Goodwill Ambassador Quincy Rastani on top of the Berzerker on Thursday. We're also working with other great legends to join us on the eve of Back to the 80s, Friday night, April the 15th, to be announced. I'm already exhausted thinking about it, folks, but it's going to be a weekend you will never forget. As things continue to heat up in the world of Boston wrestling, to kick off AEW Revolution on pay-per-view tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern, we have a special bonus episode of Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays. It's been available on our Boston Wrestling Patreon platform to the Familia since Friday night. It's a shorter episode. The Berzerker shoots on his old friend The Undertaker, being announced for the 2022 WWE Hall of Fame, Paul Bearer, the return of Stone Cold Steve Austin to WWE, and more. Enjoy it now and help keep wrestling legends working. That's our mission, folks. Let's keep these wrestling greats coming in and out of this studio. Let's do it weekly, whether through autograph photos or joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. There's so many ways you can help make it happen. For the price of a cup of coffee at Starbucks, you need to check out the Patreon. Early ad-free access to our weekly in-studio Wrestling Insiders shoot interviews every week. Well over 300 complete full-length Wrestling Insider episodes in our archives. Our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD exclusives. They've been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show. We have the watch-alongs, including a series that the Berzerker filmed with us when he was here last weekend. So much more. It's up to you. The more fan support we can count on each month, the more wrestling greats we can plan to bring to you. The less fans that are involved, the less superstars we can plan to bring to you. With my own physical condition wearing down and Marty Jannetty's recent ER visit, we're likely going to be looking at an April return for the Rocker that's been partying since he came out of the womb. We're really looking forward to it. Very disappointed. It makes it a little bit challenging that we didn't hit our goal, but we came awfully close at 94%. Anyone that could help push the goal to 100% for that goal to get Marty back in the studio, it would be greatly appreciated. No updates on Just Incredible for Wrestling Insiders Extreme, which is an extreme disappointment, as our goal was to open a positive working relationship with him, but it takes two to tango. When someone takes hundreds of your dollars, then vanishes for 3 months, doesn't respond, blocks your texts, it's not a good sign. I continue to try to reach out to him via social media, as I have with AEW and DDP over the Jake Roberts sabotage. Again, comes down to being a man of your word, having character and integrity. Believe me, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes every single day, as Linda Moratti would tell you, probably many mistakes each and every day. But at the end of it, you try and fix it. You try and rectify the situations. Not shrug your shoulders and think to yourself, geez, I was a professional wrestler on television. You know, I feel like Justin has a lot to offer, but it's really pathetic, to be honest. With it being WrestleMania season, another great way to keep the studio lights on and the superstars pouring in is by checking out the Boston Wrestling eBay store. We have great rare merchandise from superstars of every era. The link to the store can be found in the description box below, or simply by going to bostonwrestling.com and hitting click. Don't forget, we'll be back with Sunday Night Live tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern, reliving WrestleMania 2, the perfect complement to our countdown to our Back to the 80s event on April the 16th. Myself, Charlie Wilson, maybe Phil DeCesare, who knows who may pop in for the fun. John C. Manicus Riley in the booth, we hope. I'm in a lot of pain this week, so I will not be back for wraparound segments in between each of the full-length shoots here on Wrestling Insider's Week in Review. But let's run down what you can expect in a supersized Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. WWF Tag Team Champion Manager Oscar of Men on a Mission shoots on Vince McMahon wrestling at WrestleMania 38 in Dallas. Cesaro out at WWE. Jeff Hardy set to debut at AEW and their other signings. Sonny arrested again, and more. From Wrestling Insider Special Edition, former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown returned, shooting on WWF 1997, the formation of the Attitude Era, WrestleMania 13, Stone Cold Steve Austin becoming The Man, his locker room fight with Ahmed Johnson, a Jerry Briscoe rib, and more. From Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays, the Berzerker is back, shooting on WWF 1991. Ric Flair's 91 WWF debut as NWA World Champion. SummerSlam 91 from Madison Square Garden. Skinner, Harvey Wippleman, Big Bully Busick, Slick, Jim Brunzell's Coke Problem, and so much more. And finally, the father figure of Boston wrestling sports rounds out the week as John Cena Sr. shoots on WWE's offer to bring Jeff Hardy back into the fold, the Bella Twins in the Hall of Fame, the end of 205 Live, NXT Level Up, and much more. So with that said, folks, sit back, relax, enjoy the experiences and memories from the 80s and 90s and current events. We ask you if you could please like, share, and subscribe. The Super Chat button is open. Don't forget to tip the bartender for all of our hard work. I'll be back later on in the show to wrap things up. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the post-WWE Monday Night Raw edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Marotti, along with your host with the most, the man that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena around the United States and around the globe 10 times over. I can only be talking about the man that led Men on a Mission to Tag Team Championship gold in the spring of 1994. I could only be talking about the vice president of Boston Wrestling Sports. I could only be talking about the O, the S, the C, the A, the R, Oscar, which is still a hell of an introduction for a man with only 5 letters in his name. Oscar, it is a pleasure to have you with us once again.
It's a pleasure to be here. What a week.
No, well, you told me before we even went on that you had news.
Yeah, okay. As far as WrestleMania go for me, I have one major thing going on. I've been speaking to a promoter for months about hosting a show that they're having at the Westin Hotel downtown. He told me that it was definite, but the deal had to be ratified by the British, so to speak, which is the company Wrestling Travel, and they're out of London. Well, I had an interesting 3-way call day before yesterday with the British straight from London, and the deal is set. So the 31st of April, I'll be appearing live.
I think you mean March, Oscar.
No, March 31st. I'm sorry.
It'd be a long wait for after WrestleMania.
Yeah. March 31st at the Westin Hotel, downtown Dallas. I'll be appearing at the Wrestling Travel event that they're going to have. They're going to have a Q&A. I'll be hosting, signing, and we're just going to have a good time. It's a free WrestleMania party, and it's about sold out from what I understand.
Well, if there's any promotional materials that these folks have, we'd be happy to, run it on the show, obviously, if it'll help get them over the bridge, so to speak, to make sure that it is standing room only and sold out for you, as it should be.
Yeah, no, we're going to get that, because if there aren't any tickets left, they'll tell you how to contact Wrestling Travel to get in on it. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, if they have a little commercial or something like that, we'd be happy to run it for them and help get the word out.
All right, I will certainly let them know. And then I always show up at the Kevin Nash Shenanigans party.
Oh, do you?
Hosted by David Hero.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going on. I'm pretty sure I'll be in the house for that. And
you stay busy WrestleMania week.
Yeah, WrestleMania week is good. I come to WrestleCon anyway, and I get whatever spot that I can get. So I'll be floating around WrestleCon a day or two. And are
there any other special guests that you know of that are going to be part of the endeavor with the Wrestling Travel people on March 31st?
I don't know. I don't know the full lineup yet.
Do you know of anyone?
No, I don't. I'm posting. So
will David Reese be signing 8x10s?
I don't think David. I don't know if David Reese is coming. He hasn't mentioned anything, but there is.
He's very busy.
You know that there is David Reese news. There is David Reese news.
More David Reese news.
David Reese has gotten his contract with AEW, and he's put. Yeah. Big news. He's gotten his contract with AEW, and that deal is all but set. David Reese and I will be at the Mandalay Bay Hotel for the pay-per-view All or Nothing, the AEW pay-per-view. We will be there at the Mandalay Bay. March 29th is the day of the
May, Oscar, for Christ's sakes. You're getting these date alls confused. You're so excited.
That's why I got you.
All right, thank you. I'm good for something, right?
May 29th. We're going to be there for 3 nights. And, you'll be able to see me floating around the Mandalay Bay among the many stars at AEW who are tapped for this event. And David Reese. Won't forget. David Reese.
Do you think you'll have 8x10s by then?
David Reese?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I think he's gonna have 8x. If he don't have it, if he don't have it, I'm gonna get him some.
You're gonna get him some 8x10s, all right?
So, yeah, he gonna have them.
Well, I tell you, that sounds great. Actually, though, Oscar, again, not to nitpick, but I believe Dynamite and Rampage are going to be coming from Mandalay Bay, and the actual pay-per-view is going to be at the big arena, the T-Mobile Arena, where UFC and WWE run their bigger events. So that makes it an even bigger climax, so to speak.
Well, I honestly cannot wait. It's all going to be huge, and I'm glad to be a part of everything that's going on.
Where it's relatively close to Mandalay Bay, will you be staying at the Gold Coast?
You know, B. You know what I said, the Mandalay Bay. I'm gonna be staying at the Mandalay. See, I'm gonna tell you what's a deal breaker. Let's say, for instance, okay, I got to do Wrestling Travel, and Wrestling Travel called me up and said, well, we can't get you into the Westin. Would you be interested in staying at the Motel 6 Studio Plus edition of the hotel? That would kill the deal.
You'd kill it.
So if they called David Reese, and David Reese said, well, we can only put Oscar up at the Gold Coast, that would kill the deal.
Well, you know what? Hell, if it's Memorial Day weekend, maybe I'll go out for a night or two.
Yeah, you ought to. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah, you ought to come.
But you know where I'm staying? Right across the street from the Palms, baby.
The Gold Coast?
I'm only hoping that beautiful, succulent buffet is going to be open. I'm just kidding about that. But the Gold Coast has its charm for those that are blind.
What charm?
For those that are blind.
What charming thing about the damn Gold Coast?
It's not as big as a lot of the other ones.
Yeah, it's got what?
It's not as big as some of the other ones. That's one thing that kills me when I've stayed at other places. That the hallways are so long. My God, you could almost call an Uber from when you get off the elevator to try and get down to your room. But other than that, the slim pickings. I agree with you.
Now, I'm going to tell you what's even bigger. I stayed at the Aria Hotel for CAC the last time that we were there.
Mm-hmm.
I was at the Vidara right next door, 2 steps away, the Vidara. Those halls are like city blocks.
You got a little exercise.
I ain't get no exercise. I had my scooter.
Oh, you had the scooter. All right.
But to get from my room to my buddy's room on the scooter took 5 minutes. That's how long and how many twists and turns. I mean, they got signs up like a freeway directing you to to a block of rooms. that's how long it is and how easy it is to get turned around.
It's unbelievable. I know some of the Universal Studios hotels in Orlando can be kind of big, and Linda, of course, needs to complain about everything. But I said, if you think these hallways are big, I said, you need to go out to some of the ones we've stayed at in Las Vegas before for the cauliflower and other things. It's a task and a half to try and navigate, but it's worth the fun once you get there, I guess, right?
No, you know, it really is. I mean, I'm not shirking that. I'll never say it's not worth it. But what I am telling people is that, you know, if you have a problem walking, see what I do, no matter where I stay, the first thing I do, and it usually works out. When I'm at the front desk and when they're booking me in, I always say, could I get a room right near the elevator? And they usually accommodate that request because for some reason I got the favor of God. There always seems to be a room right near the elevator available. So let's pray about that and knock on wood that I keep that trend going.
Yes, or either that or you need to try and reserve it when Reese or whoever sets up your accommodation sets it up for you. Tell them you need it ahead of time.
That's going to be a non-factor because I'm going to Vegas. I already know I need a scooter. So, I mean...
You got to book the scooter, too.
Yeah, if I have a scooter, it don't matter where the room is at.
All right, you'll get there eventually. It just might take you a little longer, right?
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, if I have a scooter, I don't even ask because I don't even care. I got the scooter.
Now, have you ever been to Mandalay Bay? I don't know if I've ever been in that one.
No, I've been to Mandalay Bay. I haven't stayed at Mandalay Bay, but I've been inside to gamble.
What's the the buffet action like there, Oscar, if we're looking for a fine meal?
I have not tried the Mandalay buffet. I have not.
Well, we might have to change that, at least if I go out.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm going to be staying there when I go, so I definitely will report on the Mandalay buffet. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll have to start a podcast just about that. Places to eat in Las Vegas that aren't at the Gold Coast.
I know that. well, I mean, we actually can talk about it now because I've been going to Vegas for 30 years.
That's your city.
So I can tell you that the seafood buffet at the Rio stands out.
Really? I don't think I've ever been in the Rio. And that's funny enough. That's the one that's right next door to Gold Coast, right?
Now, let me tell you guys about the Rio.
All right.
The Rio and the Gold Coast are running neck and neck. This is what happened.
What happened, Oscar?
So I booked the Rio. This was for just a Vegas vacation that I took last year.
No tie-in.
Last year. Now, the good news is, okay, Dreamy Mimi and I, for some reason, we had separate flights.
Really? Okay.
My flight got in. I got in a good 8 hours before her and her mom came. So when I got in and I got all checked in. The room was all the rooms are suites. But the room was really old and smelly and moldy. But it looked all right. I'm like, maybe we can get past that and deal with this. Okay, so what wound up happening is I had a decent vacation budget, so that wasn't a problem. All right. So, but the good news is I went down to the Rio and I did fantastic on the tables. I put up $100 on the crap table and I wound up making $2,000 in under half an hour.
Wow. I know you do all right a lot of the times gambling from what you've told me.
So that patted my nest egg, somewhat. So, okay, so Mimi gets there, and then I surprise her and show her that here's the $2,000. Now, the first thing she said, like any other wife when she was holding it, oh, wait, no, my favorite part was this. I showed her the $2,000, and she started crying. It was like, I was just waiting for the Lord to bless me. Whoa. Whoa. What you mean the Lord to bless you? If you want the Lord to bless you, I suggest you take your ass down to the table and we'll see what you can do. The Lord to bless her. But and then she was like, you're never gonna see this again, right? I protested, but I never saw it again. So.
You wound up on the short end of the stick, as Gorilla Monsoon would say.
You married and you got some money. You better hide it if you want it. But
well, I was never even married, and I had to worry about that.
Now,
but that's a different story for a different time.
The next day, this is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I told you that the hotel room was sketchy.
Yes.
Mimi took a shower, and when
God.
she came out the shower, she was really pissed because there was a hair on her leg.
Oh.
So, an hour later, we found ourselves at the Aria.
Oh, you left the hotel completely?
We left the hotel completely and went to the Aria.
I don't think I've ever been in that one either.
Oh my God, the Aria is all sweet as well. But it's
a little sweeter, though, from what I understand.
New, modern. I mean, it has remote control curtains and lights.
Wow.
And the TV screen reflects off the curtain, so that you have a full, like, almost. You have almost. What's the big screen at the movie?
IMAX.
You have almost the IMAX effect.
Wow.
Watching television. It's fantastic.
You recommend it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I recommend that. The Aria, and like I said, the Vidara is right, almost connected to it. 2 steps to the Vidara from the Aria. Both of those are just excellent properties.
I can't imagine they're cheap.
But, well, anything in Vegas, depending on off season, you're going to find at a reasonable price.
Time of the year?
Yeah.
No. What do you, as far as those that have never been to Vegas, that would like to go on a budget, maybe to save a few bucks and still have a true high-quality Vegas experience, what time of the year would you recommend they go, Oscar?
The best time is, in all likelihood, summertime.
Summertime? I thought it was booming out there in the summer.
No. Summertime is when it's at its hottest.
Yeah.
And when a lot of people don't go. People flock to Vegas in the peak season is like during the winter, like during Christmas and during the wintertime where people, it's like Florida.
Yeah, it's not that warm, though, in the wintertime out there.
Right. People go to Florida to get away in the wintertime, and that's when things are more expensive. And during the summertime, it's a lot cheaper to go vacation in Florida because it's summertime, it's hotter. A lot of people are not going. But if you don't mind that, and you can pretty much confine yourselves to stay in your hotels, which the hotels are like, a hotel in Florida, for example, is like a resort. And in these resorts, a lot of stuff is you can do a lot of stuff indoors.
Right. Most
of your pools are outside, but that's okay. In Vegas, you're gambling, you're eating, a lot of the attractions and everything like that are indoors. The air conditioning is excellent throughout the whole thing. They never have a property with that. Your restaurants, everything is indoor. So if you get a hotel resort, you can pretty much stay within that hotel the whole time you're there. You want to venture out, even if you venture out at night it's just as hot as during the day. So you got heat and humidity even at night. So you want to keep that in mind. But for the most part, if you can get a property like a Caesar's Palace or something like that, and you go and for a few nights, stay indoors, you'll have a comfortable vacation, and it's not expensive.
That's one thing I'll say about Vegas is that, there are times when you don't even leave the resort casino. There's so much to do, especially like when we're out there for the reunions and so on.
That's right. Yep.
So I think that's one big benefit to it. But as far as going in the wintertime, you need a winter coat to go out there, Oscar. You're out in the desert. I went with former Impact Wrestling World Champion. I think it was New Year's week in 2012, and I couldn't believe how cold it was at night.
It is really
no pool action during the day either, FYI. I was a little disappointed.
But you know what? It's like out here in Atlanta, and when I say that, it's really touch and go.
Mm-hmm.
One day out here during the winter months, it can be 40, and the next day it can be 80. I mean, it's the strangest
Very true.
anomaly I've ever seen. Like, okay, it was 40 one day this week. Now, and next week, it's going to be in the mid to upper 70s all week long, starting like Tuesday. But today it's rainy out, but the temperature is pretty cool. But that is going to change dramatically starting, I want to say, Tuesday.
That sounds a lot like Orlando. You can run into the upper 50s and you can run into the mid 80s anywhere from December through March. It can fluctuate quite a bit.
But the point is, that's the same. Like right now, it's 49 degrees, okay? It's 49. That's what it is right now. Tomorrow's going to be 60, and starting Wednesday on, it's going to be in the 70s, and it's going to be 80 on Sunday.
Oh, wow. Nice.
I mean, for the next 7 days, it's going to be upper spring-like, spring-like temperatures. But today, it's not even going to reach 50.
To make you jealous, we had about 10.5 inches of snow on Friday, Oscar.
Oh yeah, wow! But I'll be honest, I'm so glad I left that life. I don't know how to tell you. The snow life, I can do without it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can't wait for the time I think my ultimate destination will be somewhere probably a little south of you when it's all said and done, and I don't think I'll miss the snow or the cold.
Especially the snow, and your wife is like, you live in a house that you own or you rent, and your wife is like, okay, here go the shovel and the salt. I mean, that kind of manual labor, boy, that you be dreading when it's getting ready to snow.
I was just trying to shovel a little, and you can imagine this, me of all people, on one leg trying to shovel a little path from the side of the sidewalk to the street because, it's kind of lengthy in front of the studio. For me to get picked up, it's quite a walk to get around. So
yeah.
But it was the snow. It was so hard from the freezing overnight. I was so blown up after about 3 or 4 lifts. I just said, fuck it, and went back in.
Yeah,
it'd be worth the walk more than me risking falling over or hurting myself or something like that. But anyway, fans, we've had a little banter here on Monday Night Mission right now. Why don't we take a brief time out? We're just 47 nights away from our return to Pigottville at Memorial Hall, Saturday night, April the 16th. We're going to talk about blow the roof off of a place. It won't take as much energy as Oscar needed at MSG to do it at Memorial Hall, but baby, we're going back to the 80s. It is going to be our professional wrestling celebration live event, Fanfest, decades in the making. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com. Stand by. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the Indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF Legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans fans for an autograph, photo fan fest, and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the Monday Night Mission. We talked a little bit about Vegas, vacations. Now we're going to dip our toes, not into these luxurious pools that Oscar goes to, but the king of sports, professional wrestling. Lots of news to talk about Oscar. The road to WrestleMania is well underway. AEW Revolution has their Orlando, Florida pay-per-view debut this coming weekend, I believe. So a lot going on. I guess the biggest news of all that I consider to be a shocker is that tomorrow, Vince McMahon is going to be on the Pat McAfee show. And wrestling lore is that Vinnie Mac is going to be gearing up one more time at WrestleMania 38 at the age of 76. I don't see that as being a good thing, Oscar.
I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that, is on my question board as, is this going to really happen? Like, okay, put aside the Vinnie Mac situation. We'll get into that in a second. Is Stone Cold going to make this dramatic return? He needs to, but is that going to happen? And is Kevin Owens going to be the guy?
I am told, and I was told many moons ago, that they were developing something really big for Austin for this show. I have very, very little doubt you're going to see him compete. I'm going to guess he picked Owens because I'm sure he's not going to do anything he doesn't want to do, as he's been pitched many WrestleMania ideas in the past that he's turned down for big money because he wanted Rock money. Maybe he feels Owens is a safe opponent. Maybe he likes the fact that Owens kind of took over the Stone Cold Stunner. I don't know. But if Austin is only going to come back for a one-off, I can't see the guy being Owens. There's just too many dream match possibilities on the table. I think that if it is indeed Austin and Kevin Owens, we're going to see more of Steve Austin before it's all said and done. I'm sure not on a full-time basis, but maybe something like Goldberg, as I think we noted on last week's episode, or I noted on maybe it was with John Cena Sr., in the month of July, they have not one but two stadium shows. They have July 4th weekend, they have Money in the Bank out in Sin City, which we were talking about. And then at the end of the month, for the very first time ever, Summerslam will be taking place in the month of July in Nashville, Tennessee, which sets up the big Labor Day live event over in England to commemorate 30 years of SummerSlam 92. But could you see something along the lines, Oscar, of where business is really bad right now as far as the box office goes? Could you see them maybe shooting an angle 4th of July weekend in Las Vegas, where Steve, I believe, lives near Reno, to set up an angle for SummerSlam later that month in Nashville, which I think will need more help than Vegas in selling stadium tickets?
Well, here's the way I see it. Like I said at the top of the show, I've been working with a group called Wrestling Travel. Mm-hmm. Now, Wrestling Travel is they sell packages, travel packages, to different wrestling events. Mm-hmm. According to their website, they have already sold out of travel to WrestleMania 39 in Los Angeles next year. Now, I find that hard to fathom, but I don't see where they would want to lie about it. Now I'm bringing this up because you mentioned the SummerSlam show and this show, that show. In order to make WrestleMania 39 in Los Angeles the biggest event of all time, or the biggest event we've seen in a long time, the angles have got to start now. They have got to start building those storylines in order to make the climaxes, to get the payoff for the climaxes that they're going to build to for next year.
If they're shooting for Rock and Roman next year in Los Angeles, when do you try and shoot the angle with The Rock? I know his Hollywood schedule is difficult.
Well,
he's taping Young Rock at, I think in New Zealand or Australia as we speak. So it looks like an appearance at WrestleMania is probably out of the equation, where I think in those countries you have to quarantine for a couple of weeks before you can even get back in. When would you pull the trigger on Roman and Rock to try and...
Well, I'm going to start at least planting the seeds this, this summer.
Mm-hmm.
At least start planting the seeds. Rock don't have to show up, but you need to you need to do something where you injecting in the fans' minds that this may happen or that this is gonna happen. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how I would do it at this point, but it has to be done, because if that's the match that's going to happen, then, they need to, get the fans excited about it as soon as they possibly can.
I would look at the storyline as being something along the lines of Roman and the Usos get ton of heat on some baby face, really over the top, maybe a rare instance of blood, which I think would help. And then whether it even be on social media, The Rock cuts an impassioned promo about, they're an embarrassment to the Samoan family. 3-on-1 isn't what they were taught. They were taught man on man when they were kids as true Samoans. If that's the way you want to play, let me tell you something. The Rock can smell what you're cooking. And then, maybe like you have the logo of WrestleMania 39 in the background or something like that for a tease to get a pop from the fans. Or I would go about it some way like that, there's a dissension in the tribe, so to speak, as opposed to just two family members going at it for no reason at all. I'd like to see Roman as the champion, as I don't think he should lose until he gets to that point. I think that would only hurt him, but that would be the story that I would, something along those, and that's off the top of my head. I'm sure I could come up with something far more concrete if I sat here with a pen and paper for an hour, but off the top of my head, that would be the direction I'd go. But with WrestleMania 40, the year after that, I'm going to guess it's going to be back in New York, which is going to suck. But anyway, just trying to get around the city. But anyway, thinking more positively, how do you make WrestleMania 40 bigger than WrestleMania 39 if their goal next year is Rock and Roman and Rousey and the Man?
Well, going back to what you said, the idea, because Roman and the Usos have this, they got this heel thing going on, you could bring in somebody like a Lance or Noah, somebody younger that don't appreciate, how they represent the family, and they beat the hell out of him, and then that infuriates The Rock, and all, even have his mother say something, and they fire back at that in a negative way. Be careful when you do that, okay? Because I've always had this fantasy of somebody disrespecting her. You'd have every Samoan that's not even in wrestling on your ass, truly on your ass. And when you get the Samoans on your ass, you truly have somebody on your ass.
It's not a bad idea. That's kind of interesting to try and interject. I think Ida Johnson is known well enough now, especially where she appears on Young Rock, and maybe she's at front row at an event. I think she lives out in Cali.
Exactly.
And maybe Roman even disrespects Ida. Maybe that's enough to make The Rock snap and want to get back into the ring. Like we saw with John Cena Sr. several times over the years to get John impassioned in some of his feuds with Edge and Randy Orton.
Yep. I mean, it's an idea, but it has to be carefully orchestrated. You don't want to go too far. Because I'm going to tell you something about Arta Johnson. That's the sweetest little lady with the sweetest spirit that I've ever encountered. She's just so lovable. I mean, it's just a treat to be it's just a treat to be around her. She's got that smile and that glow, and I mean, I could see how she had a baby like The Rock, who has so much success and is the highest paid dude in Hollywood. And I mean, I just could see it.
She likes the buffet at the Gold Coast, from what I understand.
No, she likes the buffet at the Gold Coast. Good for her.
You don't like her as much as you did 5 minutes ago.
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna tell you why that's a lie. I'm gonna tell you why that's a lie. You got Arta Johnson, whose son is taking care of her. Believe it. I don't even gotta know it for a fact. Believe it. Arta Johnson ain't touched a chicken wing tip at that damn nasty ass Gold Coast. When she go to Las Vegas, it's first class everything. They won and done. That woman ain't even staying at the Gold Coast.
Speaking of buffets, I forgot to ask you, did you see the brawl at the Gold Coast? Remember the video? Not the Gold Coast, the Golden Corral?
Oh, yeah.
I loved it. Like I said, I only wish there were Royal Rumbles that were as heated as that brawl.
Y'all fighting? Now, don't get me wrong. We back to food again.
Here we go.
Don't get me wrong. I love the Golden Corral, but it ain't nothing at the Golden Corral worth fighting over.
And that just wasn't a fight. There were chairs, tables. It was a melee.
I mean, it's like there's more fights got go on at Walmart than you can possibly know. What the hell is there at Walmart to fight about?
The Ukraine were ready to call over the people at Golden Corral to help defend them from Russia.
Oh my. Hey, and I don't really want to talk about this, but I just saw on CNN, Russia thought that they was going to go in like Mike Tyson versus a 5-year-old and just go steamroll over the country. Them Ukrainians is kicking ass over there.
Good for them for fighting back.
Now, is Russia gonna dominate and win and get? Yeah, of course they are. They outmanned and outgunned, 50-1. All right, we all know that. But them people are not going on without a fight, and I don't blame them, and God bless them. And I'm gonna tell you why. What countries like the United States and Russia and I may even say China, when they go in these countries and fight these people, let's take the United States for an example.
Mm-hmm.
If the United States go in and they go in and try to fight Iraq or Iran or something, and then they realize they done bit off a little bit more than they can chew right now. And there's a reason for that. Those people believe in what they're doing. They believe when they die, they going and they're going to be with 7 virgins or whatever it is. You are not fighting a man. You are fighting an ideology.
Right.
You're fighting an idea. And when you fighting something like that, it make it 10 times harder to best that opponent, because you don't go in believing that. You go in and you believe that you are fighting a man. You going in fighting a carnal fight. Those people are not fighting a carnal fight. They fighting a spiritual fight. And when you fighting people like that, oh baby, it's not gonna be as easy as you think it is.
Well, I had a friend that was in Times Square over the weekend, and they said they were selling T-shirts, Oscar, that said "Pray for peace and pray for Reese." So we'll have to see how it turns out over there on the other side.
Well, Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, do I think they're gonna do? I think they're gonna do it. Yeah, but see, when it's tough to when it's tough to fight out a country like Ukraine, they're gonna think twice about trying to pick on the United States or some other bigger country or something like that because you losing right now to Ukraine. What you think? What you think of China or whether somebody else that you thinking about a fighting gonna do? They gonna whoop your ass.
A true mega power, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
So-
it's kept us on CNN, I guess. I don't think that'll help Raw's ratings tonight. But back to WrestleMania itself, Oscar. What do you think about Vinnie Mac one more time for the first time since WrestleMania 26 in 2010 having an official match against Pat McAfee of all people? Is he the safest opponent for Vinnie Mac?
Yeah, I don't see Vinnie Mac having a problem. I'm gonna tell you why.
Why?
He's 76.
Right.
But the man is still built like a Mack truck. He's still in the gym every day.
Well,
He's still in really good condition, but you got to take it easy on the man because of his age. And yeah, fighting Pat McAfee is a good deal. I would not put him in with The Undertaker or somebody like that'll accidentally kill him by accident. But going to go up against somebody who would be pretty much a soft touch in the ring where you really could take it easy, that's a really good idea.
You know, I came up with some better concepts once I found out this was on the table. Let me throw them out at you, Oscar. What about instead of this nonsense with The Miz, what if you had Vince McMahon team up with his new protege, Austin Theory, to take on the Mysterios? Then you could have Austin get in there and do a little work. You get Vincent for maybe just a spot or two. You know, very, very minimal risk of injury, things being exposed. I kind of like that idea, to tell you the truth.
When was the last time you saw Vince sitting down with Austin Theory? And I'm asking that question for a reason.
I'm not sure what might have happened on Raw tonight. We're taping before the program goes live, but they gave Austin a really, really great rub at Elimination Chamber, even though he wound up taking the loss to Lesnar. He was in there for quite a while with them, and he was the last man eliminated. He looked very good.
Yeah, but no, the climax of his endeavor at the Elimination Chamber was a national embarrassment.
Why?
He got F5 from the top of the Elimination Chamber. Okay, and that if he looked tough, he didn't look tough no more after that. I'm surprised he got up for real.
What was everybody talking about after the show? That's the way I look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's not like he just got pinned F5 dead center in the middle of the ring. He got thrown off of one of the top of the pods.
What would you rather do? Get pinned in the center of the ring?
Well, that's what I mean. I thought it was a spectacular finish that got people talking about him. And it was replayed over and over and over again. You know, obviously Lesnar is, along with Roman Reigns, one of the guys in the company right now. So to take a loss, it's not like he was beat by AJ Styles or he was beat by The Miz or someone like that. You know, he was crushed and thrown off the top of a pod by Brock Lesnar. I thought that was impressive. Another match that we debated that I think might have been very interesting, Oscar, would have been the Cenas versus the McMahons, where you had John perhaps take on either Austin Theory or Shane McMahon with Vince handcuffed to John Cena Sr. at ringside.
Are you trying to get John Cena Sr. spot at WrestleMania?
Of course I am. I'm always trying to come up with an idea for him. What do you think of that idea? Two old gunslingers at ringside while they let the youngins slug it out.
What is John Cena Sr.'s relationship with Vince?
Very good. You should see the picture of Vince posing, wearing one of John Cena Sr.'s T-shirts.
Well, okay. No, as long as if they got a good relationship, then maybe that's something to look into.
Yeah.
Maybe for WrestleMania 40. I mean, John Cena.
Well, yeah.
And believe you me when I tell you, I've never had an issue with Vince. I've never had a bad conversation. He's never yelled at me or nothing. And then John Cena Sr. and I, we sit down, we have heart-to-hearts. You know, he really loves me, and I love him back. Love you, John. And so I wish the best for it. So that would be my answer to it. Yeah, if they can get in there, and as long as they don't get in there and kill themselves, because you got to go in there and realize, you know, you're not a spring chicken no more. You know.
I just on paper, Oscar, and, you know, I'm sure Vince is going to be sent through, you know, the battery of tests they put everybody through before they step into the squared circle now with Dr. Maroon out in Pittsburgh. But just on paper, do you think it's wise for a 76-year-old man to go out and try and have a singles match where the expectations will be so high at WrestleMania? I don't know. I don't know. Vince has been one to throw balls to the wall. I don't know if you saw our recent Sunday Night Live watch-along a few weeks ago for the In Your House St. Valentine's Day Massacre when he took that bump off the cell through the table and broke part of his back against Steve Austin, and he was in his 50s then. I mean, we're talking about, again, we don't want to be ageists here on this show, but a 76-year-old man that hasn't had a match in 12 years and was never a trained pro wrestler to begin with.
Well, I think that the reason why Pat McAfee is his opponent is because that match can be shortened to the sweet, you know, get in and get out without you know, risking any heart issues or anything that got to do with his age that's going to injure him or hurt the situation.
You think it'll be safe?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be real short and real sweet and real safe.
Well, the wrestling fan in me, I guess, would kind of like to see it, but for the human in me, and maybe even the WWE stock investor says, is it wise for the chairman of the board to be getting in there to do this? And I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know the man's health. But, you know, knock on wood, he has a very successful match, and he looks good.
Stockholders and the board of directors, I can tell you what happened at that meeting. They all advised against it. He stood up and said, I'm going to do it goddamn anyway, and walked out. So that's that.
It's probably not too far from the truth. All right, well, fans, what do you think about Vinnie Mac returning to the ring? We'd love your thoughts in the Premier Chat or in the comment section below as you watch along. Other WWE news this week, Oscar, we saw another departure from the roster, not a release, but a contract expiring. The farewell of the 41-year-old Cesaro. Well, do you think that's a hit to the WWE roster, or do you think that no one really cares?
No, I mean, it was sad to see him go, but, I mean, you got to look at it this way. You got to look at people that they're not doing anything with. I mean, I would rather see money and storyline and creative writing words go behind a Cesaro rather than a Sami Zayn.
Oh.
I mean, when they put Sami Zayn on my TV, I turned the channel until I believe that it's over. And I mean, I don't think Johnny Knoxville is unfunny, but I believe he's unnecessary for what's going on now, especially these skits with Zayn. I do not find Zayn funny, entertaining. I don't think that he's necessarily a A+ worker, and so you know, to put him in a slot and let go people like Braun Strowman and Bray Wyatt and other people that really deserve that money and moxie behind them, you know, so it's a question mark over my head.
I don't get it, Oscar. I got to be honest with you, and I think we agree on this 110%. I don't find it funny. I don't find it humorous. I don't find it interesting. I don't find the in-ring work to be all that inspiring. I mean, I know there have been times, you could look back at his NXT work, for example, when he's a focused pro wrestler, quote unquote, he can deliver far more than this comedy routine. But he looks like someone in an improv comedy show trying to imitate Seth Rogen that isn't all that funny. I think it sucks. I think it has sucked. I think WWE wasted its money re-signing him. When he was a free agent, let him go. Put it towards someone that you want to bring back. I mean, I know they made Cesaro a pretty decent offer to try and get him to stay. Bump him up a little bit. At least the in-ring work is going to be good, even if you're not going to get great vignettes and skits and promos out of him. At least the wrestling, which is still a major part of the product, in-ring wrestling, you'd get something good from him out of that, as opposed to Sami Zayn, which I feel you get nothing out of. He's almost like an indie version of The Miz, I guess, maybe. You know, at least The Miz's comedy and his personality is, you know, I feel, while it's still not my cup of tea, I think it's a quality version of what they're looking for. I think Sami Zayn's comes across as bootleg.
And the sad thing is, it seems like that they revving Johnny Knoxville, Sami Zayn angle up for a match at WrestleMania. This is where it seems like they're trying to go with it, and for everything that's holy, please don't.
To me, that's one too many celebrity matches to have two of them on the same show. Between that and having the Mysterios against Miz and Logan Paul, I mean, come on. Is there anyone dying to see either one of those two have pro wrestling matches? Plus Vince, who's more of a novelty. Plus, you know, I'm not knocking Steve Austin by any way, shape, or form, but in some ways he's a novelty too. He hasn't been around. He hasn't had a match for 19 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think they still batting their brains around. I mean, do they still need 200,000 tickets to be sold?
There's a little over 50 for each night, so.
Well, that's better than. But 50 for each night. That's damn near half the place, ain't it?
Yeah. So.
See,
I think once Austin's announced, whatever night he's going to be on, the tickets are really going to move.
Okay, well, they need to do something.
I think the Lesnar and Roman at night on Sunday is going to sell well, now that they've really pushing that as the biggest match in WrestleMania history. While that can be debated, it certainly is going to be a big match where it is title for title. And as far as Austin goes, I think everybody on the planet's going to want to see that. I would have those two matches on separate nights, but they've already started to push that the quote-unquote main event of, who was it, Charlotte Flair and Ronda Rousey. What do you think is the more intriguing match as far as selling tickets and WWE Network subscriptions? Steve Austin's return after 19 years, or Ronda Rousey against Charlotte Flair that's already been done before?
Yeah, no, well, see, because it's been done before, the Steve Austin factor is the most intriguing thing to me that's going on. Okay, now there's 50,000 tickets in the win. Mr. Board of Directors, how hard is it going to be to get comps?
Very hard. They don't want to give anything away.
50,000 tickets in the win and comps are still hard?
They'll only give the talent 2 tickets each, even the talent.
Oh, wow. I would think that, damn.
And in past years, when I was able to get my hands on more than 2, there were talents that couldn't understand why I was able to get more tickets than them. But it's just the way it worked out. But this year, no, I was told that. I don't
understand how you maneuver more than half the shit you do better than we get, but we'll get to that off the air.
As I've always said,
but here goes the serious question.
All right, sure.
WrestleMania has had a history of being damn near sold out before they even announced the first match at WrestleMania.
Right.
What the hell then happened?
There's just no interest in the product. The product interest continues to decline. Even this coming Saturday night, to me, the mecca of professional wrestling, the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. They put together an all-star lineup of every top superstar. Some, I consider WrestleMania quality matches. It was going to be Lesnar and Bobby Lashley before Bobby got hurt, but Lesnar will still be defending the title against a quote-unquote WrestleMania quality opponent, which Paul Heyman has been hinting about. How often do they promote a house show individually on TV anymore? You're going to have Roman Reigns in a rematch from the Royal Rumble against Seth Rollins. Ronda Rousey's going to be there. Every top star you can think of, other than short of maybe Austin, is going to be live at MSG Saturday night. And they still don't even, I think they have about 5,000 tickets out, including comps. So if you were in New York and wanted to go to MSG, I think you could probably get in pretty easy. I wish I had the time. I'd go down because I love MSG. We're too close to back to the 80s.
Yeah, yeah, because it's like the trend is, usually, WrestleMania is sold out. Now, I believe that it was overly ambitious to get these to do 2 nights in a row at a stadium. I've said this time and again. I mean, I believe it just was, but we are where we are. I mean, here we are.
You know what? I up until a couple of months ago, I would have disagreed with you. But last year, I think you needed it because there were so many people, I think, that wanted to go, and you had a socially distanced Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida. It kind of fit the narrative to have 2 nights to try and get as many people that wanted to go in as possible. I get that. In 2022, you're talking about a stadium that it's on its own for 1 night, can pack in whether you believe the number to be officially legit or not, 102,000 people. There were reports that the Dallas police reported the number as far as the number of actual fans in attendance was just a little bit over 80. Either way you look at it, that's a lot of fans to fill for 1 night for a product overall that is extremely cold. I think they would have been better off going for the 1 night. I'll say this, as far as someone trying to sit through it, I thought the 2 nights was great. As opposed to having one of those WrestleManias where the pre-show match starts at 5:30 and the main event doesn't get over until after midnight. You feel like you're ready to die by the time it's over. Some of those last few WrestleManias were very difficult for me just to sit through because of my back and my other ailments. But last year, when Little Marati was with me and whatnot, I thought it was great. There were probably 8 matches each night, even though the weather was insane with that the tropical storm that came through. But to me, like I said, it was a pleasure to sit through and actually enjoy a short 8-match card with primarily good matches, as opposed to sitting through 1 night at 8 hours with 16 matches on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, but that's and again, that's the other that gives me more sense of belief that they're gonna try to do something with Sami Zayn and Johnny Knoxville, because I mean, you have got to fit a 4-hour show. I mean, it's got to be difficult enough for 1 night. You got to fit a 4-hour show 2 nights in a row. I
imagine on 1 night you'll have Knoxville against Zayn, and on the opposite night it'll be the Mysterios against Logan Paul and The Miz, just so each night gets a little bit of celebrity rub off of it, so to speak. Same thing. I imagine Vince would be on a different night than Austin on their matches. At least that's how I'd book it.
Yeah, no, I mean, no. You're probably right. And that is a smart way to go. It's just, I don't know.
As far as Cesaro goes, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think his departure means?
Oh, well, from what they've done with him lately, I mean, 0 or 1.
Nothing.
I mean,
you don't think anybody cares?
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't mean nothing. I mean, I'm on Facebook. I don't see a lot of outcry. That this has happened, and I don't know if Cesaro is going to get an AEW contract so fast.
He's best friends with Daniel Bryan. I don't know. I think he'll be AEW bound pretty quick. And I think, honestly, AEW would be kind of foolish not to sign him. I don't think it would take monster money to get him into the company, for one. And I think he can still contribute very well, even at his age.
Well, yeah, I mean, he got in-ring talent now.
Yeah.
That much I'll give him. But see, the reason why I say what I'm saying is, I've been saying for weeks, the AEW roster is so damn crowded. You gotta do a major. AEW need to stop. They need to stop doing anything for a good 2 months and do a major restructuring and overhaul and just an organization of everything.
I think
where it all makes sense. Because right now, it's just scattered. You having pay-per-views just to have pay-per-views. You having matches. I mean, you doing shit just to be doing shit. There's no rhyme or reason to it that I can see right now. And I just would stop a second. Let's reevaluate and then evaluate, and let's get our ducks in a row, and then we can go on. We can continue.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. If Tony Khan ever came to me for advice, which I don't think will ever happen, my advice would be, you have such a great roster with so many great athletes. Pick 6 to 8 that you really want to push hard, and then the rest of the guys you fill out the mid and the undercard with. Not make almost everybody on par with everybody, because if that's the case, nobody gets over as strong as they can. That's what we see in WWE with so much of the quote-unquote 50-50 booking, where one week one loses, next week the other one loses, and no one comes out any better or any worse as a result of it. They're just there.
Well, see, here go the thing. And I got to pray about this and think long and hard.
All right.
I'll be talking to Reese, this week, because what we are at, with the juncture that we're at, I got my first check from this whole thing yesterday, by the way, just to show you how real it is.
Wow.
We're going to be talking about, our team, what their responsibilities are, and all of other kind of thing like that. And, how we going to structure, the hierarchy in that situation, and how they're supposed to report, and how they how they basically supposed to do things. They're supposed to do stuff, write a report about what they've done, submit that report back, and follow the guidelines set as to, talking to different individuals, from a mentor perspective or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play, baby.
But
swinging the bat.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea. But what I'm trying to say is, particularly when we in Vegas, I may meet Tony Khan. I'm pretty sure, with my relationship, with Reese and my position, that I'm eventually going to at least get a chance to shake his hand. But me, if I do that, I'm going to tell him just what I told you, and I'm not going to mince words about it. And maybe it'll resonate, and then you'll see at least it being considered.
All right. Well, wrestling fan, right now we're getting a cue from the back. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back to wrap up another Monday Night Mission with Oscar. Stand by.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer.
The road to WrestleMania runs through Allentown. The women of Raw take center stage as Big Time Bex, the EST, and the Nightmare collide for the Raw Women's Championship. Plus,
I am a revolutionary. I am a visionary.
Seth freaking Rollins. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour this Sunday. Tickets on sale now.
Fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Support wrestling insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Talking a little WWE, WrestleMania. We're talking a little AEW now. Oscar is ready to go to Vegas. David Reese is going to be in Vegas. Who knows about the pieces? Godfather might have to pop by. Who knows? But a little more news we didn't get a chance to touch upon, Oscar. As far as the roster in AEW goes, which we touched upon before the commercial break, do you think it's getting to be a little much where they just constantly are teasing this major announcement, major announcement, major announcement, major signing, major signing, major signing, major signing? Do you think they need to spread them out a little bit more so they have more of an impact?
Well, see, that is the whole crux of what I'm telling you. They are doing too much too fast.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing so much so fast that when you do it, you gotta be questioning, okay, well, I done signed this guy. What the hell do I do with him now?
Right.
The answer to that question is, I have no idea.
Unless it's just an enhancement body that you're bringing in to do enhancement work to put other guys over. If it's someone that you really want to push and have some steam behind, have 6 months worth of creative material on the docket, so to speak, before they make their in-ring debut, as opposed to just rush to sign them and bring them in. If there's no rhyme or reason to bring them in, or just put them in one of the countless, never-ending factions that company has, maybe the money could be spent in better ways, or maybe they could delay on the signing, so to speak, of whoever the talent may be. There's no shortage of professional wrestling talent in 2022 with WWE's never-ending releases.
Those situations are easier to manage because enhancement talent, they go in and they have no right to have any expectations.
Right.
You can go, you can sit in the back for weeks without doing nothing.
Yeah.
And it don't matter. But if you come from WWE like Cesaro or Rusev or whoever it is, they going in with expectations.
Right.
Look, I was a major star in WWE. I'm here. I deserve an angle that's going to mean something and make me some damn money.
For all the complaints that there were about Rusev not being used all that effectively by WWE, when the hell was the last time he did anything on AEW television? I don't remember the last time he was even on.
And so, what does that tell you?
Right.
Rusev could be ready to even walk from that situation.
Well, this past week you had Buddy Murphy come in, or the former Buddy Murphy in WWE, who was aligned with Seth Rollins and Authors of Pain in that boring faction that went nowhere quick. Buddy was ultimately released by WWE, but, does AEW really need Buddy Murphy right now with all the talent they do have that doesn't have significant creative going on with them?
That's my point. No.
Yeah.
So that brings me circles back around to signing Cesaro. you're doing too much. I mean, you almost signing people just for the sake of signing them. I mean, are you signing them so nobody else don't sign them?
Mm-hmm.
Are you signing them so WWE don't circle around and offer them another deal so you could have them on your roster in reserve, and WWE can't get them because now they belong to you?
Right.
I mean, you know.
Come March 9th, do you think Jeff Hardy's a shoo-in? He's kind of alluded to it on social media with his brother.
He ought to be, but as we have been being shown, there ain't no guarantees.
You don't think it's a guarantee that Jeff Hardy winds up there ASAP?
It should be. It should be. It should be. It should be. But just because I say it should be, and just because the stars should align that way, and that's how I see it. When I look in the sky, it don't really guarantee that that's the way it's gonna be. Or it might be that way for 3 pay-per-views, and then all of a sudden, where the hell is Jeff Hardy?
I tell you, I think it would be a major mistake for AEW not to sign Jeff Hardy, not just for what he can still contribute in the ring and to ticket sales, but for licensing, for maybe international television deals. You take a guy that's been a face off and on of top WWE wrestling since the late 90s. This is a guy I want to have in my promotion as soon as I can get my hands on him. I think Matt's comedy routine is almost like Sami Zayn's. I think it's ridiculous. He's had at least 3 or 4 gimmick changes since he's been in AEW in less than 2 years. I don't think there's all that much interest in Matt Hardy, but when it comes to Jeff Hardy, I think you're talking about someone that's going to be over eternally. This is someone that I would spend the big money on. I know Tony Khan has been a respectable gentleman and not gone out of his way to release people outside of a very, very, very select few that there have been issues with. But you know what? Sometimes if you got to look at the bottom dollar and you only have X amount of money to spend, you know what? I would cut my losses with a lot of these guys and girls that they're not using or really aren't that good or need more time on the indies, more seasoning, or maybe per date type deals. And I would cut the contracts with them to do whatever I have to do to financially afford Jeff Hardy.
This is what you got to understand.
Shoot, baby.
The things that are done in the name of merchandising, licensing, and the ways to raise the bottom line just don't seem to be their problem right now or their issue.
Well,
I mean, it's like it would be nice if we making money, but who cares if we do or we don't?
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, TBS, TNT, those contracts are going to come up for renewal. If you have another bullet in your gun like Jeff Hardy to have on your roster as far as your showcase talent goes, again, I say you get rid of all the big shows and the Mark Henrys and the Christians and some of the undercard guys that aren't used that had some of those sweetheart deals early on when they were trying to fill out the roster, and throw the money at Jeff Hardy. You know you're going to get a return on Jeff Hardy. All those people that I just mentioned and so many more, you know you're not going to get that return on. It might be nice to have them in the picture as a nice bauble, but are they someone that are really going to contribute week in, week out on a regular basis? Jeff Hardy's still at the point where he can. I mean, I'd put him in there with Bryan, with Punk, with all of their top guys, and you have, potential pay-per-view main event matches. If you're not getting potential main event matches with some of these other guys, the hell with them. Get rid of them.
Nah, you don't understand.
What do you mean? What am I missing?
First of all, when it come down to renewing the contract with TBS TNT, even if I didn't make money in order to take it out of those coffers to renew those contracts, I'm going to take that money out of my pocket, and I ain't going to lose no sleep tonight.
Well, good point.
Number 2, as far as the talents that you mentioned I should get rid of, I ain't gonna get rid of them. I can keep them around. I'm gonna take the money out of my pocket, whether they generating money or not, and keep them around because those names make the company look good.
I agree with that. I mean, like I said, as I don't know if bauble is the right word, or an extension to your wardrobe, so to speak. Is it nice to have Big Show around? Is it nice to have Mark Henry around? It sure is. I mean, it gives the company credibility of Hall of Famers and world champions. But at the end of the day, are these guys going to contribute anything to the actual product that you're going to see week in and week out? And to that, I say no, they're not. I don't think they've really contributed anything memorable at all.
Let me cut you right there.
Okay.
Their contribution is really to make the bottom line of the company raise. I don't care if the bottom line of the company raise. So I'm going to keep them around just for the sake of keeping them around. Now, if I get to the point where, all right, I'm tired of spending money just for the sake of spending money, this thing needs to start showing me something, then and only then will you start shaving, will you start cutting the fat. But I'm not at that point right now. So I can sign everybody, and they ain't got to do nothing. All they got to do is just show up and be in the locker room, and I can mention their names and let them come out every now and then so their fans can see them. And then all that, and, it's a thing to where, all right, let me tell you what I would do, and this is going to sound stupid. I would treat WrestleMania, like right now, I need to treat WrestleMania as a reason to go.
Right.
When I say reason to go, I need to go to some things that I'm going to have some money in my pocket when I come back, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if I had one of my record company bonuses where I got 20 or 30 grand in the bank, I ain't going to give a good goddamn about that. If I want to go, I'm going, and I'm going to treat it like a vacation. So if I spent some money and if I spent some of my own money to go, I'm going to spend my own money to go and enjoy myself, and I'm not even going to think about the money that I've spent.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I just said?
I hear you, brother.
That's the way AEW is probably doing business right now.
Long term, do you think that's the smart way to do it?
But see, long term, no. But I don't know how they think long term.
Right.
But what I'm saying is common sense and good business sense would tell us that long term, no. It's got to get to a point where, okay, there's got to be some kind of financial turnaround to happen in order for us to do business this way, or if not, we need to do business another way. But I don't think they're there yet.
No, I mean, I think they're doing fine the way they are right now. And, like we have noted many times, even without the success, maybe what some would call surprising success, let's say it didn't turn out that way. I think Tony Khan and the Khan family certainly could have sustained some losses if there were some losses to be had. I'm just saying, if they want to keep the budget in line, if they don't want to get to the point where they're, breaking even or losing money, I can think of a lot of talent that could go to accommodate Jeff Hardy, who I think in a worst case scenario walks in on day one and is a top 5 guy.
And then too, here go the funny part.
Okay.
We speculating about their money. We don't have no idea or no clue that they're not making money.
No, they're not a publicly traded company. We have no idea. I know they have.
We have no idea. There might be some financial twists and turns where they making money hand over fist. Now they really don't care if they sign Cesaro. Yeah, come on over, bro.
Well, you can look at it like this. We know in the television industry, they're doing fairly good with the deals they have with TBS and TNT. Are they likely going to be due for rights increases in a couple of years once the contracts they have now expire? I think that's pretty fair to say. I think when it comes to the live gate, I think they do pretty good. They charge a pretty high ticket price, and they usually, if not sold out, they draw fairly well in just about every market they're in. And I know their pay-per-views have done excellent. In a day and age where fans have kind of been taught pay-per-views don't exist, stream it for $9.99 per month. Their action figure line is out there right now. Tony Khan personally invested a lot of money into the video game that's going to be released. And those video game deals can be major game changers for any wrestling organization. If ECW got video games earlier on, they could have had maybe a longer noose to hang themselves with as far as how much time they had to find a national television deal and sign different talents that they might have liked to have had. But, a lot of variables go into it. I just think when you have a chance to sign a marquee player to your team that can contribute, that isn't going to sit on the sidelines like a Henry or a Big Show, that's going to be worth the money you're paying them, I think you go out of your way and you sign them. Especially someone that is so eager to be there by the things he said on social media, He doesn't sound like a man that's just going to get a paycheck. He sounds like he's a man that really wants to say, fuck you, WWE, for releasing me when I passed the drug test you gave me.
That begs a question, an old school question.
Okay.
As to why Paul E. Dangerously did not sign a major television syndicate, deal with ECW with the product that he had. It certainly was a product that was worthy to do it, and had he done that, he would not have gotten absorbed so easily by Vince in that whole situation.
Right. I think there was a matter of, at that point, TNT and TBS, they didn't want wrestling anymore, which is why you saw WCW sold for pennies on the dollar. I'm not sure if it was this show or one of the talk shows, but I believe it was 98 or 99. There was a capital group that was interested in purchasing WCW at the time for, I think it was $250 million. And then in 2001, 2 years later, Vince bought it for less than $5. $250 million to $5 million over the course of 2 years. I mean, that's an embarrassment as far as how low WCW sank. But I'll say this, and one thing in WCW's defense, unlike these rights fees that you see being paid out to WWE and so on nowadays, WCW has never paid a rights fee by TBS for that product. So if just per se they were given rights fees, I mean, they would have had a lot more income coming in, and they wouldn't have looked like as much of a money loser as they were at the time, because technically they were never paid for their television product. They were just part of the package that was the Turner family. If it was how the industry has changed nowadays.
They were part of the package because they was owned by the Turner package.
Right.
I mean, Ted, they were all under one umbrella, so it's not like there was somebody from the outside that came in that they had to get purchased or had to been paid rights to. They were already under the umbrella as to everything that was going on. So, I mean, it's like, okay, that's my brother, that's my sister. That's my brother, that's my sister. They not coming in from the outside where I got to do nothing special for them because they already in my family.
But even, I understand what you're saying, but even if the money was going back to the same parent company at the end of the day, I think WCW deserved to be paid like any other television entity that they had at the time. And I think, WCW's money losses at the end on paper were ridiculous, but if they were being paid television rights fees like WWE ultimately was, I don't think it would have looked anywhere near as bad. It might have even be coming close to breaking even. So, I mean, I think WCW had a lot of value. There was just at the time no company that really...
Wait, no, you're missing it. You're missing the point.
What's the point?
The point is, you're not gonna pay him because any money that it's almost like paying the way they saw it and the way it really was. They were all part of the Turner family, so any money the Turner family had was their money. That's the money. You ain't getting nothing separate. We all in this together. You're part of this family. We own you, so any money we get is the money we get. That's the money you got too.
Well, the way the industry has changed nowadays, WCW, if it was still in existence, they would get that rights fee, almost like how...
Well, that's for now, but I'm just saying back then...
And it's a shame, because if that never went out of business, I think it would have been as bad as it was with Vince Russo without someone underneath him to or above him, I should say, to kind of keep the craziness and insanity under wraps, it would have been good for the company to still be in existence. Paul Heyman moved heaven and earth to try and find a TV outlet for ECW, but it just didn't work out, unfortunately. Everybody wanted WWF. That's who made they got the big bids, and WWE is still with us, and unfortunately the other two live on in video libraries. I think you're going to see a big increase in what AEW gets when their contract is up, unless the television landscape changes dramatically, where everybody wants a live product, especially where AEW does pretty well as far as that 18 to 49 male demographic that WWE has lost. If they have more money coming in from those TV deals, the sky's the limit what could happen with that company.
All right, no, I agree with everything you said, but you touched on a name that if we got started on him, it would be another whole show. And unfortunately, we coming towards the end of this one.
Who?
You mentioned Vince Russo. Oh. Vince Russo is a whole hour.
All right, well, we'll have to say Vince Russo. One more thing, though, before we go, Oscar, I need your opinion. It's going to sound like we're having a rerun almost as we end the episode, because we ended it this way a week or two ago, but Sonny was arrested again.
When?
Last, I think, Thursday.
For what?
About her 85th DUI, driving without a license. She's had it suspended. She can't drive, but they caught. Not only did they catch her driving, but she was intoxicated.
Oh God!
I mean, what a disaster! I mean, really, and I'm not trying to sound cruel, because I'm sure the poor woman has been through a lot. But I mean, at some point, you got to put her away for her own safety and the safety of other people, and not let her out.
Yeah,
How many times do you let someone be arrested for the same offense again and again and again and again?
Yeah, I don't think that she's going to get out of this one so easy.
Well, we thought the same thing back in January, but I don't know if that one's gone to trial yet.
No, I honestly I don't think that it's going to trial, because when you said that, I was surprised, because I thought she was in jail already. Because the last arrest that I heard about her a few months ago, she was looking at some real time.
7 to 13 years, I believe.
If she got out on bail, I mean, we going to monitor the situation, because I don't think she ain't going to even get a bond this time.
I mean, do you get angry? Do you feel sad? How do you react to something like that? I have mixed when it comes to drinking and driving, I have very mixed reactions because of how it changed my life. But at the same time, there's a good human being in there who's had their life ruined by these issues that they can't control.
Right. I know, but I know you do. But what I was going to say is, I really feel sorry for her, because, I do know her. And I do know that when she's sober, she's a decent human being. I do not know her history. I don't know what happened in her past, because something happened to get her. People don't get here by themselves.
Well, I think the most telling sign is when you look at her history. WWE let her go when she was the most downloaded woman on the internet back in 1998, in the middle of the Attitude Era, when every company was looking to sign as many marquee talents as they could. But her drug problems were what they were. She wound up in ECW, and they didn't wind up good there either. When she was with her partner, Chris Candido, she wound up in WCW, where I think it was actually DDP's ex-wife, Kimberly, had some kind of an issue with her, and I don't know if they planted something on her, but she wound up being released from there. There were no other major league options for her. She's had a rough go of it the past couple of decades, but at the same time, Oscar, at the end of the day, adults make adult decisions,
I don't know if you know some of the hidden backstory about that situation.
Which one now?
Sonny. I'm talking about Sonny itself. Because there are some things that we've seen with our own eyes that actually, and I'm not going to say it on the air because she's buried enough. And there's some things that I just don't know. I just don't think that the fans really, really know about. There's some really hidden shit behind all the other stuff that, you know, has been going on, and it's deep and it's dark and it's jacked up, and whew.
Even the death of Chris at such a young age, you know, flying back from TNA after he broke his leg, and TNA, you know, to try and make amends, they sent her a ham.
Yeah, but
I think they could have done a little more than a ham, but that's just my opinion.
yeah, as far as her and Chris, you know, that was that situation was so jacked up it ain't even funny.
Yeah. You know, again, like you said, when not dealing with these issues directly, I think she's a very smart woman more than anything. I think she understands the business very, very, very well. But I mean, the drug problems, the pornographic things that she's done, I don't know if you'd ever see her in a national wrestling company again.
Yeah, that is somebody that, you know, if David Reese could have got a hold of any one individual, that's where he needed to go.
And that's funny. Him and I, one of the last time we spoke, I said, imagine if you were around in the 80s and 90s, how many of these people that we've lost still might be alive? Never mind the ones that are damaged goods like Sonny and Jake Roberts and so on and so forth.
I mean, that's the one. I mean, yeah. I mean, speaking of Jake Roberts, when you talk to him, you ever once suggest to him that he needs to talk to Reese?
Yes. Well, no, I said it to the daughter. I haven't had any direct communication with Jake because he's a coward. But
oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's somebody that
and a thief,
along with DD. Shut up.
Well, he is.
That's somebody that, along with DD.
Yeah.
Okay. That's somebody that, okay, again, partially your fault. You give somebody, if you know somebody, if you give a crackhead some money, you know they're a crackhead, and you give it to them again, and then again, whose fault is it now?
He's supposed to be Mr. Clean and Sober.
So?
Well,
the crackhead gonna tell you he ain't gonna go buy no more drugs.
The one that really let me down in all this, I think, is DDP. DDP preaches his fucking yoga and his accountability crib. Have him show some accountability for this situation. But haven't heard back. I heard from DDP's people once, and they never got back to me, and I was really disappointed by that.
You gave him the money.
I didn't give him any money, but it's just the cost of how many thousands of dollars did we spend on advertising for him? How many plane tickets have we purchased over the years? It might not be cash we put in his hand, but it's still expenses that come out of the coffers for the guy.
You put the money out over and over and over again. You might as well have gave the money.
It's just a very disappointing situation. I know his daughter has offered to try and reimburse us for some of the plane tickets and send along autograph photos. I don't think that suffice. I think for the amount of time, effort, and money that we have put into him over the years, the man should basically grow a sack, get on the plane, and take the appearance that you agreed to. God damn it.
Okay, well, he ain't, okay. Well, for some reason, he ain't finna do that. So you might as well.
Well, I don't expect it, but I'm just telling you what I think is if it was me and I was looking to make amends for all my wrongs that I did over the years when I was on drugs and alcohol and a thief and a crook, I would try and make up for the things that I did that were wrong, not make things worse. And what did he decide to do ultimately? He made them worse. They found me saying that I was going to share the story online, threatening. Fuck you. Don't give us a story to put online. Don't create a situation where we have to explain to the fans why you're not going to be there. Grow a set, get on the plane, and make your appearance. You know, I know he went through a lot when he was a kid with his family and so on and so forth, and that's very, very, very sad. But you know what? Get some help and get over it. You're 60-something years old. Are you going to cling to it the rest of your life? I could cling to my disability the rest of my life. Oh, I'm just going to sit in a recliner every day and take pain pills and watch judge shows and soap operas. That's not what I do. I try and get up, get my dead ass out of bed every day, come down to this television studio, produce content, try and be a good father figure to the kids in my life, try and be a productive human being, not a sleazebag that takes advantage of people and has no character and no integrity like Jake.
Again, why did it take you this long to realize this? Because if you'd have realized it earlier when it was plain to see, you wouldn't be this bitter. So what I'm trying to tell you is, as your bestest buddy, you need to take some accountability to enabling this situation, because that's exactly what you did. Just like the Marty Jannetty situation, enabler. And I don't know how many other situations that you enabled the situation and did you want to get bitter about it?
Well, you know what? I can only go by what some of our friends told me, some mutual friends that said he was in a good place, he was worth giving a shot to. And as far as I know, and I think it's wrong for anyone to say, oh, you know, he must be using again, like John Nord, the Berzerker, alluded to. As far as I know, there are no drug and alcohol issues with Jake. He's having a daughter that knows nothing about our industry, trying to handle his business, and just made a colossal error in trying to handle this situation. You don't change an agreement after you have an agreement. And I don't know whether that's on him or on the daughter, and I really don't care, other than they're all wrong.
Despite what anybody else said, which you don't seem to understand, and which you seem to have a hard time grasping, the first time it goes south, I don't care what nobody say after that. The first time it goes south is the last time it goes south. Don't nobody got no money to keep putting up for something that's proven to be unreliable when there's so many other choices out there.
That's not necessarily wrong. I definitely see the point you're trying to make, but, you know, on paper it was a good deal for the things that had happened in the past. Cough, cough, wink, wink. I don't understand the daughter's point of view. I don't understand them wanting to pay us back all this money and send us these pictures when all I want is the man to live up to his commitment. I think Diamond Dallas's page, accountability crib, would want him to show some accountability instead of it being the coward crib.
And then, you know what? See, you really, really, really twist me when you mention Diamond Dallas Page. What does Diamond Dallas Page got to do with anything?
Well, he's been his babysitter for the past 10 years. They do a podcast together every week. Get on his ass. DDP attached his name to Jake Roberts. DDP made some good money off of Jake Roberts.
All right, well, DDP, okay, right. DDP made some good money off of Jake Roberts, so DDP's problem is not your problem, ain't DDP's problem. It's your problem. So what I'm saying is, saying that to say, again, the first time you get fricked over should have been the last time. Then now you wouldn't feel so bad no more. I don't care what DDP said. I don't really care what Jesus said. If he messed me over, then I don't need to choose not to deal with him no more. Not to put out advertising and plane tickets again, and then again, and then again, knowing 3 agains ago, he messed me over.
Well, and not only that, you know, I haven't heard a negative peep about him from AEW either. So, you know, he's been contributing his ass since he's been there now, I think just about 2 years. So, you know.
What people say is what he show you.
Well,
you understand that?
Fair enough. But again, you know what? People can go to rehab and they can sober up and they can change.
Well, okay, good for them.
I'd like to actually communicate with Jake myself as opposed to his daughter, and then I think maybe some headway could be made. I'm not out to threaten Jake Roberts. All we want Jake Roberts to do is live up to his... What's that now?
I didn't say threaten him. I said leave him the hell alone.
Well, the fans wanted him. We made a good deal with him in good faith.
Well, they need to find his house on their own and go there. It should not cost you nothing else.
Should pay him a home visit. All right.
I'll pay him a home visit. It shouldn't cost you nothing else.
Take a selfie with him.
Be like, I can't deal with Jake Roberts, but I'll get you. I'll get you Oscar. Every time Oscar said he was coming, even if Oscar spent his own money, he showed up. Now, I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just giving you an example of reliable versus unreliable.
Well, I think it says a lot about Hacksaw Jim Duggan, fresh off of cancer surgery, making up the date from November 13th to come in. That's a man. That's a man. To me.
You deal with people who going to do what they say they're going to do.
Right.
Not nobody who ain't, and certainly not nobody that's questionable.
Well, live and learn, but bad decision, I guess. I don't know.
You don't learn nothing. That's the whole point of this conversation. And I'm going to keep on you till you do.
Well, at the end of the day, it's all about trying to make the fans happy. And they were happy when Jake was announced.
What the fans could do. Y'all go to Jake's house and get all the 8x10s y'all want. I can't spend no more money on this because I ain't got it.
Just disappointing, I guess, at the end of the day. But
let me ask you a question because
right.
maybe I did it wrong. You gonna do it again?
If I was to ever do it again, I would only do it if it was brokered through AEW.
If I was good. Yeah, all right.
Well, let me ask you, in your opinion, if AEW brokered the deal, you still wouldn't do it.
Just because AEW brokered the deal don't mean Jake gonna get his lying ass on a plane and come.
You think he'd no-show an AEW booked appearance?
The man that messed me over more times than I can count. What make you think I'm coming no matter who said he was coming?
You think if you're Jake Roberts, are you going to screw with the company that's paying you 6 figures a year? I don't see that happening.
Nah, see, you don't understand. See, if they broker a deal and he don't do it, he could talk his way out of it with the company 6 ways from Sunday. The only one screwed is you.
Well, I think AEW being a company of character and integrity, if just say worst case scenario, we did set something like that up and we brought him in and he again bailed on us, they're a company that would try and make it right somehow, whether I think be another talent or something along those lines. But yeah, it's just unfortunate that something should be so simple has turned into something so complicated over the years. When all we have wanted to do is simply fly him in, pay him what we agreed to, have the show as we planned, and send him home. And he's turned it into just these colossal issues. It's just another story for the book, I guess.
If AEW wanted to give you a talent,
yeah,
we've been talking about AEW in their talent pool all afternoon. You can choose anybody else besides a guy with a history of screwing us over. So if AEW say, we're gonna give you somebody, pick anybody damn else. Anybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do.
Well,
you want to sleep with Jake Roberts? I mean, what's the problem?
No, like I said, it's something the fans wanted. It fit the theme of the event with us being back to the 80s on April the 16th in Melrose, Mass. And, it is what it is. You know what? I can't say I'm completely not at fault because it was my decision. I pushed for it, and it blew up in our faces.
Because I'm about to tell you, all right, since you don't have enough, go ahead and book them again. Pull some money out your wallet, do it again. But I promise you, when it all goes south again, I'm going to tell your ass I told you.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, you heard it from the man on a mission himself, Oscar. Oscar, any final thoughts before we hit the road and ride off into the sunset tonight?
Yeah, book Jake Roberts again so I can tell you I told you.
Thank you, Oscar, for the love and support. All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from the man on a mission himself. We have another big week of programming coming up here in the world of Boston wrestling sports as we continue the countdown to the big event that we just mentioned, the Boston Wrestling Back to the 80s live MWF wrestling event and Legends Fanfest. Saturday night, April the 16th, Memorial Hall. Yeah, the VIPs get that exclusive Q&A. They get the exclusive Legends group photo. Then the doors open to all fans who can participate in the Autograph and Photo Fanfest, plus a hot night of in-ring action that includes a salute to the Legends. It is not going to be the run-of-the-mill live event or TV taping that you go to. You might have fun, and then the next week you forget the matches. It's going to be a night of memories that you'll never forget. You talk about social media credibility with that big group 80s Legends photo. I'd like to get in one of those photos. It'll be so cool. Again, that's what we're all about. Interaction, giving fans the best value we can give them for their time and money, because we truly appreciate you, love you, and never lose sight of the fact that if it was not for pro wrestling fans...
I want to tell you, I'm not from the 80s, but I'm coming just to hang out with Piggott. So,
really? You want to hang out with Piggott?
Hell yeah! I hung out with Piggott the last time.
Well, Marty, like I said, Marty said she was a little flirty. Did she flirt with you?
Yeah,
she did.
I wouldn't. I try to tell you, I was so social distance from Piggott, I barely saw her face.
I wish I could say that, but that's a different story for a different time.
You still banned from the building, so somebody got to come help out. So yeah, I'm coming.
All right, brother. Well, you know what? We're looking forward to seeing you and hopefully 800 of your closest friends. Again, Saturday night, April the 16th. I'm losing my voice. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now over on BostonWrestling.com. There's only one place to be, Memorial Hall in Melrose. You never know how many more chances we're going to have to celebrate with these 80s legends. If you look at the original lineup we had before coronavirus, both Road Warrior Animal and Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff have passed away. You just really never know when it comes to that era. So come on out, support the legends again. We'll give you the time of your life, April 16th in Melrose. For my partner in crime, the man on a mission, the Tag Team Championship manager himself, Oscar, I am the humble, and I've been humbled by him this week, Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Monday night after Raw. Until then, you and yours be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston. Phil DeCesare, take it home, baby. Wrestling fans, spring kicks off with the in-studio return of the Berzerker, John Nord, Thursday, April the 14th, to kick off Back to the 80s live wrestling in Legends Fanfest weekend. The Berzerker returns for Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, a cyber autograph signing, and more. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign to you live on the air. The big man kicks off 3 big days of action, excitement, and memories. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at BostonWrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back. So happy to have this man with us. His first 4 episodes were so well received, we almost attempted to have him kidnapped, like it was The Hangover in Las Vegas. We were going to throw him in the trunk, like I can't think of the guy's name. Was it Chung? And were you a fan of The Hangover movie?
Dr. Chung.
Was that his name?
Yeah.
That they we didn't want.
He's on The Masked Singer.
You're too big to dump you in a trunk.
Yeah.
So we just welcomed you back instead.
It's easier to get in the vaccine just right along.
All right, we're going to continue to talk great wrestling. The last time we were with D'Lo, we were talking about kind of his introduction to the World Wrestling Federation, where he didn't even officially have a name. He was just kind of bow tie guy. And now we're going to look at how he morphed into one of the favorites of the company during a very interesting time, 1997, as we mentioned with Impact. I think it was a time of great growth for WWF. It's, to be fair, it was getting, as far as ratings go, it was getting his ass handed to it by WCW Nitro. The house shows, they could kind of fluctuate. I know my buddy Eddie Cohen said usually, depending upon the size of the building, healthy numbers were usually 4,500 to 5,500. And there were a lot of nights, those numbers weren't being hit. So it was an interesting time. Downside guarantees were being introduced as opposed to the old typical WWF contract of, okay, you're going to get 12 TV tapings and 150 a shot, and everything above that is up to you. Guys are actually getting a little guaranteed money for the first time. And I know you mentioned when you signed your first contract, you finally got a little guaranteed money as opposed to every time you made an appearance.
Yeah, so it was nice to have that firm guarantee.
Life was changing. And in a lot of ways for the better.
Yes.
But you know what? WWE certainly took its lumps as it tried to grow. And I think that was one of the better things that came out of the Monday Night Wars. I think for the guys to have something they could count on, I think that's very healthy for the mindset. You know what I mean? You're not constantly worrying, geez, if I take a draw tonight, am I going to even have a check to look forward to next week? And there were times that would happen with some guys on the other guy. Yeah.
But it was nice to focus just on wrestling and not have to have your mind and sidetracked in 3 different places of how much you're going to make, how much you're going to take home, and what bills can I pay. Where it's just now I know what the budget, I know what to take care of. Now let me focus on honing my craft and getting better at that. So now I can raise my guarantee as I raise up the card.
And I always loved the terminology downside, minimum, where if you're doing good yourself, if the company's doing good, you're only going to increase it from there. And I'm sure there were times, maybe not in 1997, but the years when things got really hot, I bet you exceeded that downside quite a bit.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah. And when Attitude really got going and the Monday Night Wars heated up and we saw our house show and TV business pick up, it was reflected every Monday when you get a call from home and go, hey, this is what was in the mail today. Well, heck yeah. So it made going to the ring that much easier knowing. So it was nice. It was very nice.
And I mean, again, I not to sound braggadocious, but I mean, I got to learn firsthand from Ed Cohen, who was in charge of the live event business. In the year 2000 itself, the average attendance, not for pay-per-view, not for Raw and SmackDown, the average attendance across the board for live events was over 10,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, that is insane when you look at the numbers nowadays. The average attendance for house shows, everything, was 10, a little above 10,000.
And that's based on doing 200 to 240 events a year. So I mean, that's when you look at that over the course of a year, that's a lot of people coming to see your product.
Millions.
Yes. So I mean, it was a good time, and I remember we knew when business was getting better because we used to have this thing called the tarp monster. And for anyone who doesn't know, if you go to the arena, and when the building's not sold out, in the upper deck there'll be that black covering that covers the seats. That's that tarp monster, because you would see the tarp monster eat the seats because it would cover more and more up.
Right.
And we saw the tarp monster start going this way because more and more seats were opening up. That was a sign. That was a sign business was picking up. And I remember one time we did Madison Square Garden, and don't quote me on the months, but this might have been April of May of '97, and I think the attendance was woeful. It was down, and then we were coming back in like May or June, and we came back in June, and out of nowhere we sold $1 million worth of merchandise, and the house was completely sold out. So it was like 2 months difference. And I remember everyone gushing over it. And then 2 months later, if you didn't hit those numbers, now you got depressed because it was like, well, we're going, let's go. And that's when you really got the feel. When New York turned around, when you saw New York City turn, the rest of the country was right behind it.
As Vince McMahon Sr. would say, the garden is the garden is the garden. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the litmus test
that's the
of
heartbeat.
how the whole business
It's
goes.
the heartbeat of everything, yes.
Yeah. And there were some times when MSG was down, you knew the business
Yeah.
was in a rut. You know, as much as you and I loved the 80s wrestling and so on and so forth, if you look at the actual history books, you know, there were times you didn't see numbers 10,000 people. I mean, running 4 towns a night, the roster is, you know, spread awfully thin at times. But I remember the first time they tried to invade, I'm not sure if it was either Charlotte or Greensboro, but they did Hogan and Andre, and they only did 2,000 people in '88. So I mean, So they always say, you know what, every show was sold out. Every night they were hanging from the rafters. Well, a lot of the times in a lot of major arenas, that was absolutely true. Mm-hmm. It was not true 365 days a year on 4 tours a night.
Yeah, I mean, and we hear 4 tours. I mean, there's the A squad, the B squad, the C squad, the D squad. And you do that just based on how you break up the roster. But there were times when all 4, 2 or 3 house shows, 4 house shows, all would sell out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's times when you could just put the logo up on the billboard outside of the arena, not announce a card, and the show would sell out. Like, tickets on sale. No, they're sold out now. It was a good time.
And it's interesting because sometimes, again, if you go through the proverbial history books, you look at some of the lineups and you're like, that show sold 12,000 tickets. Mm-hmm. And then you look at, I remember another one that sticks out because I like to do, every day, I'm sure you're familiar with on our Twitter and social media accounts, we do an old retro history video of results from an older WWF event from the 80s or 90s. And then I'll never forget one I came across from '87 when wrestling was white hot for WWF. Mm-hmm. Savage and Steamboat did 1,700 people in Springfield, Mass. One of the hubs of WWF.
Yeah, and that's...
So, I mean, it's really strange how at times it could fluctuate like that. But overall, I mean, just as we mentioned between Saturday Night Main Event, WrestleManias, this mainstream media, it's just, as much as we love the 90s and the success that came in the 90s with the Monday Night Wars, you're talking about a period where I think people often forget almost every week for quite a period of time, either Raw or Nitro was setting the record for the most watched show on cable television ever.
Yes.
Ever. Not for the week,
Ever.
Not for the month, not for the year, not for the day. Ever. And then next week, it would only go up. And then the week after, it would go up. And then it would be one company, and then it would be the other company.
And if you took the number, because if you combine the total number
Right.
of wrestling viewers,
it's even more.
And then that goes up against Monday Night Football, which is the godfather
Right.
of Monday nights, which no one touched. That's a 10,000-pound elephant in the room. And you put the 2 wrestling promotions together on a Monday night, and we were knocking on Monday Night Football's door, and that isn't that's unheard of in television. It's unheard of.
Monday Night Football was hurt by wrestling.
Yes, without a doubt. When you I don't care who you are, when you pull away millions and millions and millions of viewers, and you putting him on 2 hours on one network and 2 hours on another network, that's a lot of people not watching your product.
Well, I tell you, one that, I'm sure we'll get there as our adventure in these interviews continues, but one that irks me is, I don't know why, but WWE sometimes pushes that the most watched episode segment ever was that nonsense, and I hated it. I don't know what your thought of it was, but the This Is Your Life with Mankind and Rock.
Oh, yeah.
But the actual highest rated episode was earlier in '99 when Undertaker and Austin, with the competition of Nitro, did over 10 million people. I mean, what does that say?
That's up 10 million.
With wrestling competition on the other channel, still did over 10 million people.
That's impressive. That is impressive.
But we'll get there again as time goes on.
Well,
we're still in 1997.
I believe business is making a sharp turn and going to be rising up again. You can feel it. There's a pulse about the business. There's a flow. You can feel the energy when you're talking about wrestling now. And energy is contagious, and when it's contagious, it'll spread, and I think it's going to grow big. And when you've got wrestling being mentioned on SportsCenter or Good Morning America, or it is part of pop culture and nightly news. That's a big thing.
We mentioned on one of the previous interviews that I think the independent wrestling world owes Triple H a thank you for making it cool again with NXT. I think wrestling in general maybe owes Tony Khan a little thank you, because I think once he decided to invest his money and get TNT involved in the world of pro wrestling in prime time again, I think it got more people, opening the eyes a little wider or opening the ears a little more, and what's going on with this. And then once you see what one company's doing, well, what's going on with this one? What's going on with that? And then it's almost a domino effect. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I think that's what happened with the Monday Night Wars. I think it was almost a domino effect.
Well, we'd said it before. Competition is the greatest thing this business can ever have.
Yeah.
And when competition equals options, and options means more places to see what you want or what you don't want, or if you don't like what you're watching, you can change the other channel. So those are all wins for the audience. And when the audience wins, then wrestling wins. And I think that's what's going on right now is there's options between, WWE, AEW, Impact, Ring of Honor, MLW. Like I said before, you have the ability to watch Japan on the regular. You can watch wrestling in England, which you couldn't do.
Europe is hot.
Europe is huge right now.
I should say, at least was hot up until the pandemic. I'm not sure about quite right now.
But I mean,
it was.
With all those options, that's what makes this an exciting time. I couldn't imagine being a 20-year-old fan right now and, hey, I'm going to stay up till 3 in the morning because I'm going to watch New Japan tonight. I couldn't imagine being that. I would have done it, but I couldn't imagine having that option.
Right. Yeah. It's amazing. It really is. With all the different options, all the different things that fans can like, maybe the things they don't like, but it could open their horizons towards something totally brand new, and just, again, keep this wonderful industry that we have growing, because it had some lean years. And now I think, it's finally starting to turn the corner again with so much variety, with so much interaction, with a lot of cross-promotional stuff going on, as opposed to the typical Raw and SmackDown where they just clash with each other right after they do a draft, where there's no real attachment to either brand for any talent, which drives me nuts. But again, that's a different story for a different time. I think I'm getting the cue from the back. We take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders after this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the Indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Thank you for joining us on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Dan Marotti and D'Lo Brown. Hey, D'Lo, let's flash back to where we kind of left off in our previous episodes. 1997.
Yes.
What was going on with you when you were Mr. Bowtie? Were they pretty much keeping you exclusively on Shotgun Saturday Night? Were they bringing you to other TV tapings?
No, I was
doing the house show loops.
I was doing Raw, and I was doing the TVs because I was always part of the entourage, and wherever the nation was, I was. And then they slowly integrated me to the being on the road and doing the house shows. So quickly before Mania, I was doing house shows in '97. So it turned around pretty quickly, and then. Didn't back off from TV for several years. So, yeah, they had me out there.
Usually with the younger guys like yourself at that point, they want them working on the house shows just to get, the experience under their belt. That's why, as I did my research, I was surprised that it took them a little while to immerse you into it, but like you said, they didn't give you a contract until slightly before WrestleMania.
And it was long before, I was doing house shows, but I was standing on the floor.
Right.
It took a while for them to actually trust me in the ring. And that's, by mid to late '97, that's when they were putting me out there and involving me in matches and stuff like that.
All right, we'll take as fans to that time, WrestleMania 13 in your adopted hometown of Chicago, Illinois. Did the worst buy rate of any WrestleMania in history. Maybe rock bottom for WWF at that point, as they were trying to turn the corner, because a year later it did. The biggest buy rate in WrestleMania history. Just to show how quickly things can change in the world of pro wrestling. But the show itself, not exactly the most memorable, but for you, you were involved in that big Chicago street fight. The returning Hawk and Animal, the Legion of Doom, and Ahmed Johnson taking on Farouk, Crush, Savio Vega, and that crazy Chicago street fight. Your memories of your first WrestleMania in Chi-Town?
First of all, just being at WrestleMania was a dream come true. It's what you always look for and strive for. So then to be in my adopted hometown, Chicago, and then to be in a Chicago street fight and to have the Road Warriors on the other side. It's just piling more and more ice cream on top of your sundae. It just keeps getting better and better and better. And then I knew I was going to take the Doomsday device, and I was so giddy. I don't think if you get a picture of my face, I'm almost smiling as I'm about to take it because I'm like, this is going to be so cool. So I was so happy to be there. it was great to get that exposure on that level and to see, what that big show feeling was like.
Right.
And it made you want more. It made me not want to just be a second on the floor. It made me want to have my own WrestleMania moment in the ring wrestling. So now it gave me something to strive towards and to work for.
And that was I thought one of the better matches of the show. I enjoyed the street fight.
Well, you can't go wrong with a street fight.
Right. Especially in a city like Chicago.
Yeah, which I love my city, but it's one of the roughest in the world. But it's a hard-working blue-collar city, and if you give them good work, good wrestling, they'll love you for it.
They're not going to like the soft stuff.
No, they want hard-hitting action. No, oh boy, no.
Where they pretty much returned not too long after you made your debut. Mm-hmm. What were your initial impressions of the Legion of Doom? Pocket Animal, Joe and Mike.
Both good guys. I miss them both dearly. But Mike was the funny one of the team, the clown of the team. When you're around him, he would just mess with you all the time. And Joe was the focused money guy, but Joe was the organizer. So they were yin and yang together. But both of them would just sit down and randomly talk to you. And I remember one time seeing Gator and going, man, I am sitting here with the Road Warriors having lunch. Who would have thought? I mean, if I could talk to 11-year-old me, he would go, shut your mouth. So it's pretty. They were both guys that were really good, really cool. Really focused on business and really focused on their brand as the Road Warriors.
It was so sad. Joe was going to be part of our Back to the '80s reunion, and he was really interested in testing the waters with doing a talk show like this, which I thought could have been a lot of fun given his experiences and his legendary career within the industry. Mike was, as the Sheik would say, the medicine man of the two, but Joe. He was, like you said, straight-laced. He was focused on the business.
He was the business end of it.
And I think we really could have had a great talk show together if we were able to start to put it together. We miss him. He was an upfront guy, an honest guy, a blunt guy. Do you think Ahmed Johnson appreciated the opportunity as much as you did?
I think I appreciated it more, probably. Just saying.
Now, you know what? And when I was doing my research, I came across this. And I had never heard of it, but did you and Ahmed ever get into a skirmish in the locker room?
Yes, we did.
You did?
Yes, we did.
And who came out on the better end?
I'm not going to brag, but I know who he was, and it wasn't Ahmed.
Really?
Not going to brag.
Can you say what led to it?
Just an altercation and a misunderstanding in the locker room between Ahmed and Rocky. And it spilled over to me, and then it got handled.
Like we said in the previous episode, what a waste. You think there's someone just visually looking at him. There's someone that you could do so much with him, but just, I guess maybe the best way to put it is just a personality that wasn't cut out for what we do.
And this business is not for everybody, and sometimes people think it is until they get into it, and then they find out the hard way it's not. So,
and he learned the hard way. I mean, he probably left millions on the table. Imagine if he'd stuck around and was able to adjust his attitude during the Attitude Era.
The word probably should not be in that sentence. He did leave millions. He left a lot on the table.
What a waste.
Oh well.
Oh well.
It is what it is, right?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
And you came out on top.
I came out on top, and I got a good reputation in the locker room. So I'm okay.
There you go. And you still have a good reputation now.
And I have a good reputation now, so people don't look at me that way, so I'm okay.
Well, the main event of the night, as I'm sure aficionados will remember, was The Undertaker defeating Sid for the WWF World Championship. But the one match that probably is looked at as one of the better WrestleMania matches of all time was that outstanding submission match between Bret Hart and Steve Austin, with Ken Shamrock as the guest ref, where they did almost perfected the double turn.
That to me. And a lot of people go to King of the Ring, where Austin first said, Austin 3:16. To me, in that ring that night was the birth of Stone Cold, was the birth of the Austin era. that imagery of him in the sharpshooter, blood running down his face, screaming at the camera, that was the moment to me that I was like, even as a person who was backstage, went, oh, that's good. That. You couldn't put your finger on it, but to me, that was the birth right there. And the double heel turn was done so smoothly, so perfectly. You almost didn't realize what was happening until it was done.
Yeah.
And that was the beauty and the art of it. Obviously, none of us knew what was going to happen going in. We were sitting there watching in the back like everyone else. And I remember being next to Ron going, well, and just seeing what happened. It was like, that. There's something right there. And Ron goes, here we go. Because he had a feeling. And when Ron's barometer went off, he's been around the business a long time. He knew. And here we go. We about to take off.
And that's not to say that Austin wasn't hot.
No, Austin was hot, but Austin was a pseudo heel.
Right.
This is the night he became the guy.
Right.
And when he became the guy, it was cool to jump on him and be part of him and to ride his bus. And that night he became the dude. And when you have the dude, you can take over the business world like we did.
And those T-shirts became cotton gold.
Golly.
Cotton gold. Millions of shirts a month.
We would.
Can you imagine with just the residual checks what they must have?
I wouldn't even want to.
Far more than the wrestling checks.
I wouldn't even want to embarrass myself by venturing a guess. I just know that I remember in the beginning, we just started getting the wrapped trucks with the faces on it, and they were like the merchandise trucks and the prop trucks. And there'd be 4 or 5 trucks outside, and that would be for the ring, and there'd be one for the merch.
Mm.
Within months, there were 2 merch trucks, then 3 merch trucks, and then Steve had 2 merch trucks to himself. And then there were times when there'd be like 4 or 5 trucks that were just Steve's, and he would have standalone stands. There'd be all the merch there, but there'd be a standalone, like a regular merch stand, and then over here is the Austin 316 stand. And that would be in every part of the concourse all around the building. None of that stuff went back to the towers. That stuff sold out.
And I tell you, through Ed Cohen, I was able to, get the inside information on how certain numbers were calculated and so on. And at its peak, there was a time, and there were events, where the per head average for merchandise for the show was over $20.
Yeah, and that's in it for. So to explain, when you get it per head, you take everyone in the arena, and then you take the total amount of money you earned through merchandise. You divide them and get a per head number. A good per head number, you're talking touring rock groups like Guns N' Roses or Motley Crue, might be between $12 and $15 a head, which are exceptional.
Yeah.
When you're pushing $20, $22 a head, that is not exceptional. That's phenomenal. I mean, that's just it's chart breaking. Like that, you had to draw more on the chart to show where it was going. So I mean, that's how passionate wrestling fans were about the growth of Attitude, about Steve Austin, and the growth of the WWE at that time, and embracing the product.
And I think that started to show to me, even though maybe it wasn't translating in Monday Night Raw TV ratings, the people that were into it, they were willing to go, and they were behind it 110%. They were willing to spend big money on it, and that just slowly, it's getting the wheel turning a little bit, and then the wheel starts turning a little faster and a little faster and a little faster, and then as we'll get to, shortly as these episodes go on, boom! When boom came, it was boom. And I think if you look at the different tent poles, so to speak, of what led to those moments, at WrestleMania 13.
That moment when Steve Austin became the dude, and that's probably the easiest way I can explain it. He became the dude that night.
They almost teased it and foreshadowed it a hair, at least with Brett. Leading into the show, he was, involved in angles with Sid and, losing the title and whining a little bit on TV. They did that Raw when he started swearing it when they were breaking the steel cage down at Vince McMahon, and just things you wouldn't expect a top babyface to do. You know what I mean? He wasn't doing it in a cool way. He was doing it in kind of a whiny type of way. And it was done perfectly. Yeah. It was done perfectly. That's not knocking it that they foreshadowed it, but it made for a compelling television show.
And probably conversely, same thing with Steve. He was doing less, a-hole-ish things and more kind of stand-up kind of things. And, instead of flipping the fans off, he's flipping off his opponent. You know what I'm saying? So just little things where it's maybe, and then it builds an anticipation, because then you start to wonder, what if Steve was on the other side? Yeah. What if it never happened, but what if? And once you start doing the what if game, now you start hoping and planning, and then when you see it, oh my goodness, this is what we wanted the whole time.
Yeah.
And boom.
And then you had those TVs right after WrestleMania. You had the teased dissension between Owen and Davey Boy. And when it looked like they were getting ready to go at it and have a to-do of their own, who comes to the rescue but the brother and the brother-in-law, fresh off of his submission match win at WrestleMania, Bret the Hitman Hart, putting together a modern-day Hart Foundation with those three.
We got the Hart Foundation together.
And it eventually grew to include Jim Neidhart, as we'll mention, and Brian Pillman, who probably came back a little bit too soon from that major ankle injury that he had. But, I mean, you had Steve Austin in just what a feud between whether you call them Team Canada or the Hart Foundation.
The Hart Foundation.
However you want to, whatever you want to call them in Austin. I mean, man, did it ever frustrate you or any of the guys if you watched both shows, where Monday Night Raw so many weeks was far superior to Nitro, but when those numbers would come out, Nitro was still up by a point and a half. Or did it motivate you even more to say, let's keep kicking ass and going forward?
That to me was the thing. It wasn't about frustrating, it was about motivation, because if you're within a point and a half and you almost caught him, but then if you go back and look, 3 months ago, we're 3 points behind. Okay, we're doing something right. All we got to do is have more people tune in and watch. And when they tune in, they're not going to turn it off. They're not going away, and they're not going back. So we just we can't afford a down week right now, because we got the momentum. If we have a down week, that's going to be the week everyone's going to tune in and go, I tuned in for this.
Right.
So it had to be, okay, go. We're down by a point and a half. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And you had the Hart Foundation, the Steve Austin. You had the birth of the gang wars, the Nation and the Mariquas and DOA and DX. So you got all these little subplots going on, and then all these characters can intermingle, which made such compelling TV, led by the big hoss of Steve Austin. Whoa, and then you get a guy like The Rock growing up. Ooh, boy. Oh.
And I think you flip the other channel, and it's like every week it ended the same way. It was the same NWO run-in with the same 2 or 3 faces. And it's like, okay, it's almost like nowadays we can feel like it's a rerun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I thought WCW at its peak, Nitro was very good, but it's almost like they ran out of ideas, so they just said, well, we'll just keep going with what works, and they didn't change it up all that much. And then when they did, they went way overboard by dividing up a black and white NWO and a red Wolfpack NWO and a red-faced Sting, and it's a shame, because I think WWE, to their advantage, it's almost like, I don't know if you're a baseball fan, but it's almost like what the Red Sox tried to do by gutting the team of a lot of the top stars. They cut the payroll, they got under the luxury tax to try and reset that, so they weren't losing draft picks and things such as that. They're trying to retool with younger players and make new stars out of it. And I think that's what WWF did we're looking at 97 into 98. They gutted the Lugas, the Hogans, the Nashes, the Halls, the Savages, those guys that, if you had them under contract, that were going to eat up a lot of your television time, and that were going to hold down new, fresh, younger talent to create something new. And I think that's a big problem that WWE has nowadays, is that even with NXT, it feels like a lot of the same each week.
Mm-hmm.
With WWF during that period and its hotness of the late 90s, it felt like it was something new and fresh and different every week for years.
Well, and that was the cool thing, because, for a long time, Vince had the status quo of how he wanted to do things.
Mm-hmm.
And Attitude wasn't just a movement in terms of the abrasiveness or aggressiveness of the show. It was also a youth movement, because that's when guys like, Val Venus and Edge and Christian and Gangrel and myself and, the Headbangers, guys like that all came in. And guys that the company was going to rely on. So they brought us in underneath and then put us in positions where we could grow right in front of your eyes. And then it's like watching AAA baseball and watching that kid you see in Pawtucket make his way up to, make his way up to the Red Sox. So you could say, I saw him then, but I see him now, and have that bridge. And that's kind of what WWE did in that 96, 97, when they brought in a lot of that younger talent. And then, when we got like I said, the example of the vets who were showing us with Undertaker and Austin and how to lead.
Yeah.
It's very easy to follow that. And it's very easy to learn from that. And it's very easy to go, this is what I need to do to be there. And when you had that common theme in the locker room, not just from the youth, but from the elder vets, that's when that perfect storm came together. And as you use the word, boom.
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 Boom. Like I said, I think 97 was the year of almost trying to feel a lot of certain different things, a lot of different concepts, a lot of different people out. But and we'll get to it, but when they did the angle where they brought in Tyson, that was the boom.
Oh,
that didn't take you to another level. That brought you to a different stratosphere.
That was a rocket, and we were shooting for the moon and hit Mars.
Exactly. You went further than you probably thought you could go.
That's
at that point.
When Austin and Tyson and DX were all out there, and you knew, all right, this is special. This, and you all you heard back here was da-da-da, because you knew SportsCenter was going to be all over this. And if SportsCenter was all over it, then there's another 100 million people who are going to be exposed to what we're doing that may or may not have been watching us. So, yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to get to 1998 in the future, but certainly so much more great stuff from 1997, a very interesting year. It was a year of peaks and valleys, I guess is a good way to put it. A lot of great stuff happened in 97. A lot of stuff that maybe that you'd roll your eyes at, but WWF was trying to find the perfect formula to combat a billion-dollar television entity that owned WCW. An interesting time if you lived it, but if you didn't live it, that's why you got great talk shows like this. Right now we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insider Special Edition to wrap up the show after this brief time out.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product, so support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
The road to WrestleMania runs through Allentown. The women of Raw take center stage as big-time Becks, the EST, and the Nightmare collide for the Raw Women's Championship. Plus,
I am a revolutionary. I am a visionary.
Seth freaking Rollins. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour this Sunday. Tickets on sale now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. It's always the saddest time of the show because it's the third segment, and that means it's the last segment, but that doesn't mean we don't have great stuff we're going to discuss about 1997. Don't you worry. We got a lot of great stuff to talk about. I'm so happy we've made it to a new year in 2022. We got D-Lo with us, a man that's still contributing so much to the industry right now in Impact Wrestling, and we're lucky enough for him to contribute his thoughts, his memories, his experiences. His life is part of the World Wrestling Federation, now WWE, is the Attitude Era. The Monday Night Wars were unfolding before our very eyes each and every week. It was such a unique time. It was what NBC used to call on Thursday nights must-see TV.
It was must-see TV.
There was something happening on one of those two shows every week, if not both shows, that was big. And that was the cool thing about it.
I can't tell me people would tell me the story of, in our house we'd have 3 TVs. We'd have Raw on the big TV, and we'd have Nitro on the smaller TV. We had Monday Night Football on the third TV, and that's what we would do around our dorm room or in our house. People would bring their TVs or plug it in. And I was like, man, that's so cool that you would go through all that. They'd have Monday Night Wrestling watch parties where you get groups together in colleges. And they would take over, halls and put up a big TV and just watch wrestling. So, yeah, it was an exciting time.
I was always happy that TNT would replay Nitro after Nitro was over.
Yeah.
Because I was a WWF guy. I wanted to watch Raw. But I was interested in seeing what was happening on Nitro, too. So, when Raw was done, I'd catch the replay of Nitro and then see what was happening on that show, and it would make for, on the good nights, those were some great nights of wrestling. Those were some great nights of wrestling.
And this is like, let's preface this is long before DVRs, ladies and gentlemen. So it's all
we're talking VHS.
VHS. And those things were so hard to program, it took a rocket science to get that thing on record. So,
and I had literally, no over-exaggeration, thousands of VHS tapes of wrestling.
I did too.
Thousands. And my goal was to always transfer them to DVD, but I think it takes several lifetimes, so it never got done. And now everything's pretty much streaming anyway.
Yeah, everything.
The only thing I don't like about it, though, is that it's so hard to get the originals. We have, in certain eras, they weren't as good as interacting with music companies and so on and so forth, or now with WWE Network, Peacock wants to eliminate certain things, and I just wish, and I understand for business reasons why they have to do it, but I just wish things could be left alone and could be relived as is.
Yeah,
that's just my opinion.
There's somebody out there, a historian out there somewhere who's got everything on VHS and just it's sitting in their basement waiting to get like a Library of Congress waiting to go out to the world.
There was a guy that worked with us, the Jackal. I think you met him when you were with us. Great historian of pro wrestling. If he ever was the type that wanted to get into a suit and tie, Tony Rumble always used to say, he would have been on all those A&E biographies. He had every episode of WWF Wrestling taped from when he got a VCR in like 82 until he died in 2015. Eventually, he went on to DVDs once they had DVD recording.
That's a lot.
But I mean, he had everything. Anything you could imagine. WWF, I think, would have been impressed with what he had.
With his library.
Yeah. And in some cases, maybe even better condition, because, companies didn't always, back then you didn't know how to store how old footage needed to be stored on tape.
There's stuff that's been lost because some of that old film would disintegrate over time if it wasn't stored properly.
Right, yeah.
That's why, luckily, now everything's digital recording, and it's for companies now it's being held in something like this as opposed to in the basement with tens of thousands of rolls of tape. But some of that stuff didn't make it just because you know how long it was going to last, and it would just disintegrate or get overexposed with some light and just whitewash the whole film.
The sad thing is, I don't know what his family did with it, but they probably just threw all the tapes away.
Mm-hmm.
Then, for whatever reason, he had every episode of Night Court on tape.
I love Night Court.
Were you a big Marky Post fan?
Yes. Okay.
Really?
Out of all the shows that are being remade, right?
Yeah.
Why couldn't they do a remake of Night Court?
Isn't there one coming?
I don't know, but I wish there was.
I think there is a Night Court. You know what, gentlemen in the back, Fan and Lou, could you look up for us? Is there going to be a reboot of a show called Night Court on NBC?
It was
all the things
it's random. That and another show called Quantum Leap. They could have redone that all the time.
I've heard of it. I didn't see it. But Night Court, I used to get a kick out of.
I love Night Court.
But this guy, the Jackal, beyond his love of wrestling and we'll say adult films, he loved Night Court.
Well, that's a good thing.
He had every episode long before there were DVD libraries and seasons that were released. There is one, so Night Court is going to be rebooted. Okay. I don't think Harry Anderson's going to be the judge.
Well, no,
maybe they can dig up Bull. I don't know what he's doing anymore.
If Harry Anderson's the judge, then we're all in the wrong place.
We're in a weird world.
We're all in the wrong place right now.
But a Night Court aficionado. But,
I just for spits and giggles, I call Madman Fulton Bull.
Because,
really? Because one of his previous jobs he was a bailiff in a courtroom.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that I did not know.
So I call him Bull all the time because he reminds me of Bull from Night Court.
Wrestling fans, did you think that Night Court was going to come up on this show? I'm telling you.
What
a program.
The things you know.
What a program. Let's go back to April of 1997. The guy's got the contract. He's no longer bow tie guy. He's D'Lo Brown. He's hitting the house shows. He's hitting, where the hell was it? Durban, South Africa.
Yes, sir.
You're over in South Africa. You're working singles matches, putting over Flash Funk and Jesse James. Your memories are finally hitting the road and working those singles matches as you instead of being the guy outside the ring.
It was one of those things where I was very happy, but I knew to myself the work is just beginning. Now I've got to. I've earned the right to be in the ring, but now I've got to prove I belong and need to stay in the ring. I knew I could wrestle. I knew I had the ability, but now I've got to put it on display for them. And I owe a ton to Gerald Briscoe because he was the agent on that South African tour. And so, it was my way of, because he would write a report every night and had to be sent back.
Yep.
So it was my way of knowing if I went out there and had good matches with BG or with Flash, this was going to go back to the office. And then, so I knew how I needed to be on the bus, in the hallways, in the locker room, in the hotel. I just knew I needed to present myself in a way where I'm going to be a viable commodity for this company. And, every night Gerald would sit me down at matches. He would break things down for me. He would say, try this, try this, try this. And I just took it in as a sponge. And I was like, okay, the next night I go do it. And when I come back, he'd have smiles because I would do the things he told me to do. So he knew I was coachable, which is another big asset to have.
Yep.
They love being coachable. So he knew that when, and I don't know what his exact words were, he put in his report, but I'm sure it could be, this kid could be coachable, he listens, he's going to work hard. And that's when I knew, at the end of that tour, I remember flying home and we're somewhere over the Atlantic and we're almost in New York. And I remember coming up to my seat and just saying, "You're going to be okay, kid."
Jerry?
Yeah, you're going to be okay. And I was like, because, for me, at that point, I'm still counting money. I'm still going, all right, when I get home, I get to Chicago, I got to pay this bill and this bill. Oh, yeah, the credit card bill's due. And that's, you're going to be okay. And I don't know, but it just relaxed me even more. But yeah, I owe a lot to Joe Briscoe from that tour. I'll tell you an interesting story. The first day of that tour, I was late for the bus. Late for the bus. And he told me, he yells at me, "What the hell are you doing? It's your first time?" And he's yelling at me. And he goes, "I'm going to fine you 5,000 Rand. And I'm like, 5,000 Rand? Oh my God. 5,000 anything. Yeah, and it's going to be coming out of your check. And I was like, oh God. So for the entire 10 days, I'm sweating on 5,000 Rand. You don't have the internet. You can't do a money exchange.
Yeah.
I don't know what 5,000 Rand is.
Yeah.
So the last night of the tour, Joe Briscoe goes, "All right, time to get your fine. 5,000 Rand equals $5.85. And I went, and then he busted out laughing, and he was ripping me the entire tour.
Yeah.
He was and he goes, "You learn your lesson." I was like, "I'll never be late again for a bus," and I was never late again for a bus. He goes, "Then you're okay."
I tell you, I consider myself very fortunate to have become so friendly with Jerry over the past few years. He's come in to our live events. He's helped with the Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. He's done a seminar with some of our great talent. Carmelo Hayes, who's in NXT now, was part of one of those seminars. So, you know what? Great eye for talent. Still wants to contribute to the business, even though he's not in his 30s anymore, but he still loves what we do and wants to be part of it in any way possible. And those are the types of guys you have to love.
Those are the type of guys you have to love and you have to keep around. As long as he's got a heartbeat, that heart is going to beat for this business. And he's got passion for it. And he can see talent a mile away. He can just see it. He's got a nose for it. And if he takes a liking to you, then start working really hard because he sees something in you.
Who knows if he may come up again in these series of interviews. Any other interesting or funny Jerry Briscoe stories or memories?
None that I can say on camera.
Really?
No.
No,
joking. No, joking.
Okay.
Jerry, I would always remember him and Jack Lanza were the agents for the house show. So they were always, let's get these shows done. Let's give good entertainment and get in and get out. And if you took too long or in the ring or you went too quick, you were going to hear it. But if you had a good little match, as soon as you walked back, you knew that look that both of them gave you. If it was good, they gave you a little. If it was bad, you have a little talking to. So I just love Jerry. I love Jerry. I love him so much. I love Wes. So that tells you something. I have so much love for Jerry that my love for Jerry has spilled over to Wes Briscoe. So, and not that Wes hasn't earned it himself. I love him too on his own.
You guys were in the same faction and Impact
Ace
at one
and
point,
Eight
right?
together,
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I still talk to him on the regular, yeah. So, but Jerry's just a cool dude. And if you've ever been around him, and you'll know, if you've been around him once, your life changes because he brings so much to you. So he's a good dude.
Oh, great guy. And I tell you, again, sometimes you talk about the circle of life. I wound up helping. I'm sure you know how popular Bruce Pritchard's podcast became. When Bruce came to town, we helped promote, that he was doing a live version of it.
Okay.
And they needed someone to be the host of it, to introduce them, to go around and field the questions from the fans. And in Boston and then in Phoenix during one of the Royal Rumble weekends, that turned into me. So I became very friendly with Bruce and his co-host Conrad Thompson.
Yes.
And I don't remember exactly what led to it, but during the WrestleMania weekend in New York, which would have been 35, I had reached out to Jerry to see if he wanted to join us for what's called the WrestleCon convention. And he said, yeah, I figured that's a unique guest that isn't around a heck of a lot. And he wound up doing it. And I remember we had to go to the WWE WrestleMania hotel and pick him up, which was it wasn't easy to get into. You have to get almost security clearance to get in and out.
It's sometimes hard for talent to get in the wrestling hotel, yes.
But I felt a little cool being able to go into the hotel and pick him up. And I remember on the way there, and he said, Dan, I want you to know the only reason I'm doing this is because Bruce Pritchard speaks so highly of you. So if I didn't go out of my way to try and do something where I wasn't benefiting all that much from promoting Bruce's show, I just wanted to be a good egg. I thought I was putting goodwill into the world of what we do in wrestling. And as a result of that, I made another new great friend in Jerry Briscoe. So that, I think sometimes, especially the youngins in wrestling, sometimes you need to look beyond the payday and look at sometimes instead of pennies, should think long-term about dollars and what can lead to dollars. You know what I mean?
I would rather invest pennies in the ground today so I can grow a Dollar Tree tomorrow.
I like that.
And that's how you have to look at it. You invest in that. You invest in today for tomorrow. Be kind and courteous to everyone because you never know what that little interaction, as you found out, can do for you.
Imagine if I said to Bruce, "Oh, Bruce, look at this crowd. Look at all the merchandise you sold." You think maybe you give me $250 for hosting for it,
right?
And I don't know if Bruce would have the same thoughts for me that he did or not.
I just invest in yourself.
Yeah,
and
I agree with that 100%.
If you've seen the other stories, biggest thing I have is I've always invested in myself. I tell talent, always do that. Invest in yourself, because you never know. That $100 you invest in yourself now can turn into $100,000 tomorrow.
Amen. Wise words, folks. All right, running out of time now. If you are watching the premiere chat is open. Share your thoughts on tonight's show. The super chat is open to help us keep the lights on. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. It gets those YouTube algorithms rocking to fans that don't know we exist. I don't mean that fan, but fans that don't know we exist, so we can grow more and more of those lapsed fans from the 80s and 90s that maybe aren't watching wrestling right now, but would love great wrestling talk like this. For D'Lo Brown, I'm Dan Marotti. The Dan and D'Lo Wrestling Insider Special Edition Tour de Force will continue soon. Until we speak again, you and yours be well. Good night from Las Vegas.
Wrestling fans, spring kicks off with the in-studio return of the Berzerker, John Nord, Thursday, April the 14th, to kick off Back to the 80s live wrestling in Legends Fanfest weekend. The Berzerker returns for Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, a cyber autograph signing, and more. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign to you live on the air. The big man kicks off 3 big days of action, excitement, and memories. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event in Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the Indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF Legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider. It's Dan Marotti along with my Thursday night partner in crime here on Wrestling Insiders. When we throw it back to Thursday nights, we've been talking about crazy summer of 1991 in July, the Zahorian trial, Hogan making a buffoon of himself on Arsenio Hall, Vince calling the talent together to say that real, legit steroid testing is a-coming. But down south in WCW, there was turmoil in a different way. The tension between WCW World Champion Nature Boy Ric Flair and Jim Herd had come to a head. Herd basically told Nate he could go take a walk. Nature Boy put down quite a bit of money on a deposit on that championship belt, and he decided to go north with the, at that point, the NWA World Heavyweight Championship belt.
I
mean, what
I remember Rick coming.
What a way to sprucing up the top of the cards in WWF. First, Sid comes in after he told WCW to go, buck themselves, and now you have the world champion of the rival company coming to WWF. I mean, do you consider it just luck at the worst of times when the company was dealing with so much stress and worry? Or, I mean, those are 2 big pickups in a short period of time for that company.
Well, they were the guys that came there. I remember Rick the first day he came, and I don't know what day it was, but when Rick came there, me and Hawk ribbed him so bad.
Oh, really?
We put cottage cheese in his bed under the covers, got the maid's key. We did all kinds of stuff that, you did back in the 80s when you were real young. And we just ribbed him to death. Now, Ric Flair is an Iron Man. The guy did it. Wrestled probably more nights than anybody ever, and I respect the heck out of him for that. But Flair, it was funny because the testing was big then, and you had like the media coming in by the locker rooms, and Flair going, and one of the media guys is saying, "Are you on steroids?" And Flair says, "Nope. Test me." holds out his arm, and I walk by him and I go, Rick, you don't look like you're on steroids. What do you mean? Test me. You don't look. Of course you're not on steroids. You don't look like you're on them. You know, and then he walked by with his robe, and Wayne Bloom, one of the Beverly Brothers, goes, he looks like a grandma going to his bed. I mean, we were on Rick. We did not. Rick came in, and everybody's fighting for their spot. You know, you love the guys over the years, and I love you, brother, and I love you, brother. But listen, what a lot of the guys forget is the backstabbing so you can move up the ladder. The backstabbing to move up the ladder, you know. It was just hideous. It was really bad. I know, I'm sure there was guys talking about me just going, yeah, John's, you can't really trust anything he's going to do. He's great, you know, he's a wild one, you can't. But, you know, I ended up doing all right. But anyways, Flair came in, and we just ribbed him really bad. But, you know, just...
Did you not like him?
Put it this way, me and Hawk talked a lot about it. I remember when he came in, me and Mike talked a lot about it, and me and the guy, you know, the Minnesota guys, and Rick's a Minnesota guy. Yeah. And we did talk a lot about it, but did we like him? Not really.
Really?
And Rick, I mean, I really got no hate, but back then, you would have backstabbed any of us in a New York second. And, you know, Rick, again, here's a guy that, yeah, I mean, he was over like a son of a gun, and he's a legend in North Carolina and South and that territory down there. But in New York, he kind of had to start at the halfway point and build himself up to the top again. And to me, his body was not up to par. I mean, he was sagging. He was an old man then.
In 91.
I mean, 31 years later, he might look as good as he does now as he did then. I mean, he was sagging. But, again, not the hate, but the truth. Flair's body looked like shit. To be heavyweight champion of the world and have a body that looked like that and not be a shooter or a fighter or anything, it's all because of the blonde hair and the interviews. That Rick was smart that way. Mm-hmm. He did a great interview. His hair looked great, his robes, he nailed it on everything, but he did not work out enough. And his body looked like shit.
How was his attitude when he came in? Was he humble?
He was humble because he had to be humble. He came in to where all the sharks were around him. You know, he wasn't going to say nothing to nobody because, number one, there were guys crazy enough to knock him out in the locker room. You know, really. And
he lost the safety net that he had in WCW.
Exactly. Yeah. Now you just be humble, and now you wait it out. And Rick, that's what you do when you outweigh them. Any guy, in anything you do, if you can't beat them right there and then the first double days, you just outlast them. And that's what Rick has a good quality of doing.
Did he ever show signs of, like you said, maybe a little political maneuvering or backstabbing?
Absolutely.
Any instances
I wouldn't
you can
trust
recall?
him for nothing. He tells frickin' stories that ain't even true. He tells people he was down in Puerto Rico when Brody got killed. Everybody knows that lie.
Tony and I have talked about that. Yeah, Rick
it's just ridiculous.
He was booked on the Great American Bash tour, and I think it was Charlotte that night, but somehow he made it to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, exactly. He's just an absolute habitual liar. I mean, the guy will lie if the truth is easier, you know?
Yeah.
He is a habitual liar. I know habitual liars, and I know one when I see one. Rick is one, and maybe he don't lie no more. And I do feel bad that he's old and he's frail, and he's and all that shit. But I'm just glad he looks as good now as he did in 1991.
Did you ever know him before WWF?
Good question. Good question. No.
No. Fair enough.
No.
All right.
No, he never stopped by Rangan's camp. How I met a lot of guys is they'd stop by Rangan's camp. Even Baron von Raschke would stop by.
Wow.
And Jimmy and would train. But that is the tell-all of all if a guy's tough. He'll come to the camp and get a workout in. But Joe Laurinaitis, John Laurinaitis, they ain't coming to the camp. They'll get twisted in a knot and they'll take it personal. A guy like Hawk, he comes to the camp, gets his ass kicked, and takes it like a man, and life goes on. He's still Hawk. He's a great guy. That's what I could never figure, and that's one thing you can't get over, is you can go to the camp and get your ass kicked. And if your pride is going to make you not go there, then you've got an ego problem, because it's no big deal. Everybody's got their ass kicked in their life.
Yeah, good point. Also that summer, we saw the debut of a very interesting wrestler-manager duo, one of which lasted a couple of months, one of which lasted a couple of decades. Big Bully Busick debuted with his manager, Harvey Wippleman.
I forgot. You know, I heard Bully passed.
He did.
But it was just so funny, you know how the Iron Sheik talks. He would, just the way he would say it, we'd be laughing so hard, like me and Steve Lombardi. And Lombardi had some bad raps on him, but Steve was a funny kid. And Steve came from the streets of Detroit.
Did he?
Know? Yeah. And I think Patterson recruited him.
Well, wouldn't be a surprise.
I put a steak knife in my hand.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
well, that's
like
no good.
A week ago, and I don't know if it's getting infected. I got it. Anyways, but he would go, I think we were doing the Survivors or something, and the Sheik would go, Bully Busick? Where's Bully Busick? And we would laugh so hard, just the way he would say it. And Bully Busick was just, to me, was like a guy that, I remember him being there for like
2 months.
I remember him being there like 2 days.
He was there a little longer than that, but yeah, he was originally on the promo photos that your team took for Survivor Series.
Yeah.
He was going to be on your team, but was ultimately replaced by Hercules. Do you remember why he left so quick? Just not his cup of tea, or?
I don't know.
You don't
I
remember?
think he might have got intimidated and just said, I'm getting the hell out of here. He probably had a good job at home waiting. Probably had a family business he left. And he had this dream of getting in, and he got in, and he said, this ain't going to work, I don't think. I'm a little intimidated, is my opinion.
And why do you think Harvey Wippleman lasted so long? You're talking about several decades he was with the company. That's a pretty good run.
It is a good run. And there is a classic example of how does Harvey Wippleman last that long? I mean, no nothing, no talent even.
And it's not like he was some great manager, right?
He was a terrible manager. He was, see, I always thought Slick was a terrible manager, and I told him that.
I think the problem
love
that he
you."
had with Slick was that he was so tall. I think he kind of took away from some of his guys where he was so much bigger than them.
Well, that's right.
He had a good jive about
Hear
him.
about the height? We are talking about the height deal. The height deal is a whole subject you can talk about. Can't replace height. You can't get any taller, my friend. But anyways, yeah, Wippleman, one of my favorites.
He had the great size, but for a manager, he just didn't have the gift of gab.
Nah.
Just kind of that southern...
Colossal bore ass.
Yeah. Oh, another one.
Colossal bore ass.
He'd bore you too?
Oh, God. Turn the channel.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with the final segment of yet another installment of Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday with the Berzerker, John Noyd. Stand by. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the Indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF Legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Stern But Fair. Dan Marotti, maybe I'm turning into a colossal bore,
Right.
along with my partner in
You're
crime,
not, Dan.
the Berzerker, John Noyd. John,
Thank you.
as we continue to plow through 91.
We are.
Harvey Wippleman, God, again, what a tenure he had.
Yeah.
Even if you found him boring.
Sometimes there's no method. It's like life. Sometimes there's no method to the madness at all, and it works.
And I think he found other tasks to do behind the scenes, which probably helped too.
I think so, too.
Yeah. Another man that made his debut in the World Wrestling Federation, you talk about getting a fresh coat of paint, the former fabulous one, Steve Keirn, in is the Gator Man Skinner.
I was so happy for Steve when he came in. He's a great guy, and he was just absolutely, I had a great time with him at some events earlier in the year, and Steve is, the story behind Steve's dad.
No.
You don't know about Keirn's dad. Only guy that, when he was still alive, not too many years ago, that was a prisoner of war, of two wars. Two wars. It was either World War II and the Korean, or the Korean and Vietnam.
Wow.
But he was gone once for 4 years and another time for 9. And Steve, they showed him on national TV, Steve running up to him. Steve was a teenager. And he got off the plane, Mr. Keirn, and he got down on the runway, and Steve, Dad, I love you. And Mr. Keirn's going, is that you, Steve? Is that you, Steve?
Oh,
it was
blind?
just so overwhelming. No.
He didn't even recognize
He was just
him.
so overwhelmed with it all. And it was really a heartfelt story. Steve told it to me a couple times because I loved it. And I read the book. He was referred to as Pop Kern as far as because he was older in camp. But Steve just absolutely, and I met Mr. Kern, I think it was in Miami Arena in '91, and what he had been through, when I looked into his eyes, you could tell in his eyes he had something. He had been through a threshold of pain that was beyond the pale. They were steel blue. He was old, not super old, like 95, but he was, I'm sure he was in 70s, late 70s, and his eyes told the whole story. It was like a movie. It was in his eyes. I seen it in his eyes. And that's what I did with Mr. Kern. And you want to say, I got down on a knee and I said, thank you, Mr.
Did you
Kern,
really?
For my freedom.
Isn't
Yes, I did.
Good for you.
And me and Stan Hansen used to talk about it a lot. And Steve laughed, speaking of this time with Kern, and we were at the Survivor Series, right? And Steve was on the thing, and some fan comes walking by, and he looks at me, he goes, "Hey, Skinner, can I have your autograph?" And I says, "Hey, asshole, first of all, Skinner's a foot shorter, and I'm 100 pounds heavier." And Kern's in back of me, he's laughing so hard. So now, of course, Steve, every time I see him, he brings up that story. And it was funny. But it was a true story. But the fan was being, he wasn't being funny, he was being real. But Kern, of course, just loves it because he is a lot smaller than me.
You. Yeah, that's
yeah. But Steve is very religious now. Pastor, loves the Lord.
Wow.
Oh yeah, very much so. And Steve had a little speech at this deal I was at, and he started, broke down and started crying. You know? But yeah.
Also that summer, one of your opponents on the house show loop, former Killer Bee in the World Wrestling Federation, Jumpin' Jim Brunzell.
Jumpin' Jimmy. Wrestled in Madison Square Garden, I know.
Did you?
Yes, I did. I must have been late 92 or something. But Jimmy Brunzell is one of the best guys you could ever meet. I don't know of anybody who's ever said anything bad. He sold these drops of oil that was a scam a minute. Oh, what a scam. Jimmy. I'd say that is the biggest scam. All the boys were buying them. You put it on your tongue and that was going to help you get stronger or whatever. And I just laughed. He sold them, but Jimmy is legit, he's a choir boy. He's a Boy Scout. He was Bob Steins, who was my agent when I was with the Generals, and he was a middle linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs, was Jimmy's college roommate at the University of Minnesota, and Jimmy was a high jumper. So that's why you got the Jumpin' Jim Brunzell.
Good talent.
Jimmy is.
I think when they separated,
he just don't look like he can hurt anybody.
Right. He looked like he belonged to
Jimmy. You could swat Jimmy and Greg Gagne like flies.
That's what I was just going to say. He looked like he belonged back in the AWA at that point.
And they did great because they were Vern's son.
Yeah.
And they got pushed, and they were the high flyers. They were over. But it's because they had 180-pound guys chasing 300-pound guys out of the ring. Come on, But and I used to say that to them guys, but they would laugh. Jimmy don't have an ego problem at all, though. He's a wonderful guy. Don't have a bad word to say about him. Just a great guy.
It was time.
And holy smokes, does he look good. 71 years old.
You'd never guess he was that age.
Yeah, he looks 50.
Yeah,
Top.
he found the fountain of youth.
45.
Maybe it were those drops he was selling.
Well,
Who knows?
and you know, he had a big cocaine problem.
Did he?
In his 30s.
I didn't know that, yeah.
Big. $50,000 a year, he said.
Wow.
Yeah, he'll tell you.
That's a pretty big cocaine problem.
Yeah, he'll tell you about it.
Wow. I don't know how much of this you guys would get to see where you were on the road so much, but Jake the Snake Roberts turned heel. He was trying to metamorphosize the Ultimate Warrior to prepare him for the dark side with The Undertaker, and then through these series of vignettes, turned to side with The Undertaker and Paul Bearer against the Ultimate Warrior. I thought it was some really cool, evil-looking stuff. Did you guys even get a chance to see stuff like that when you were out on the road?
We didn't get that much of a chance, but I know what you're talking about, and I agree with you that it was pretty cool. It was evil, and it was because Jake was coordinating it. Jake is a genius on pro wrestling. I don't say that, and you know how I am.
Right,
I'm a pretty negative dude. I don't like a lot of guys, but I love everyone, if that makes sense. But Jake, God, I gotta hand it to him. Man, what a talent. And a talent that is a 6'6" basketball player with 2 left feet. But the way he slithers out of the ring and his standard moves are unreplaceable.
Yep.
Nobody can do them like Jake.
Yeah, it's a shame that I agree with you on that. It's a shame that it didn't have the legs that it should have. I thought it was really going to develop into a hot program. But as we go a few weeks further, SummerSlam 91, the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden, in the main event, Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior defeated Sergeant Slaughter, General Adnan and Colonel Mustafa in a handicap match with Sid as the guest referee. The show ended with the Hulkster and Sid posing as Ultimate Warrior slowly chased the Sheik and Adnan Al-Kaisi back to the locker room. Big night of scandal, though. Ultimate Warrior and the TV taping leading up to the event. Not only did WWF have these steroid issues to worry about, but now Ultimate Warrior is trying to hold them up for Hogan money.
Wow. Hey, listen, I forgot what the main event was. How in the hell does Sergeant Slaughter get main event and Mustafa, is that his name?
Colonel
or
Mustafa
Adnan.
And Sheik,
and
General
these
Adnan.
guys get main event. Do you see what I'm talking about? These guys were not even necessarily that over. Sid? Yeah, Sid makes sense.
He was the ref.
Hogan, definitely. Warrior, definitely. But the guys they wrestled, I thought were cheesy. They had run their fucking race. Come on, Mustafa and Adnan. Nobody gives a shit about that Iran shit anymore back then. It was terrible.
The war was over.
Oh, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But that's what we keep saying is they will do the stupidest shit. It could have been so much better, but they get something in their head and they're going to frickin' do it for some reason. Maybe they don't have to pay them guys that much. But you know, why wouldn't you have way better talent that could have a way better match? These guys can't move around. You know, why not have Kurt Hennig as in there against them? And you're going to have a match then.
You're going to match, right?
Right. But no, you got that. And that's what we were taught. Kurt Hennig taught me that right away. I broke in, actually, I farted around in it in '83 when I was with the Generals. But then I went to camp in '84. But Kurt would always be preaching to me because he came back from Portland. And he'd always be preaching to me about, hey, do it this way. You got to have a good match. You got to kayfabe. You walk in the McDonald's, and you don't say this. Don't ever be around a heel, or heel should never be around the baby faces. And that's why Kurt was respected so much, because he cared about the business and he cared about doing stuff the right way. And Kurt would come in and get his ass kicked in the wrestling room, and that's what you call paying your dues. That's why Curt Hennig was Curt Hennig.
Do you think Warrior was worth the money that he was trying to get from Vince, to be paid on par with Hogan?
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no. No. You can get a lot of... First of all, Warrior really couldn't work that good. He could bounce around and he got a hell of an entrance. But if you think about it, he couldn't work like, somebody like Curt Hennig, Bret Hart, or your average guy, Tito Santana. He was, and was he worth it? No, because he wasn't worth the trouble. He was, I got to have my own locker room, and this and that, and onward and upward, and it's just bullshit. And he's lucky he didn't get his ass kicked in the locker room.
Well, once that was learned, I know Hogan wanted to have the Sheik try and not make him humble, but take out a leg or something along those lines if he could. Do you think that Vince made the right call to fire the Warrior as Hogan and Sid were posing in the ring and Warrior charged to the locker room chasing the Sheik and Adnan LKC?
You mean then he fired him?
He fired him that night at SummerSlam, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Right call?
I did not know that. That is good for Vince.
You like that?
I like that.
He would go back to him several months later when he became desperate due to the steroid issues, but we're going to get there as the timeline goes on. But as of SummerSlam 91, Hogan and Sid were posing to the crowd, and Vince gave one of the first, before Mr. McMahon became a character, "You're fired," right at MSG to the Warrior.
The what?
You know how Vince, his character goes, "You're fired."
Oh, yeah.
That's what he said to the Warrior when the Warrior came through the curtain.
Well, let me tell you, it's funny how all the guys are, it's always the same thing. Always, in every business, not only in wrestling, but in everywhere. When you can be a car salesman. If you sell 30 cars one month, all of a sudden you thinking you're irreplaceable. You're not. The customers are still going to come. They're still going to sell cars, and it's still going to be the same way. And you're totally replaceable. And that's what the Warrior learned. He learned it the hard way, just like the rest of us have got to learn our lumps the hard way. And he was humble enough to come, and you can bet he was praying and begging for his job back.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, we are running out of time yet again. We'll be back after this brief timeout to wrap up the show. Stand by.
All right.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fanfest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
The road to WrestleMania runs through Allentown. The women of Raw take center stage as big-time Becks, the EST, and the Nightmare collide for the Raw Women's Championship. Plus,
I am a revolutionary. I am a visionary.
Seth freaking Rollins. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour this Sunday. Tickets on sale now.
All right, wrestling fans, time flies when you're having fun. Another interesting episode of Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday with John Nord, the Berzerker. We started to scratch the surface of one half of the main event of SummerSlam 1991. We're going to be back next week talking about the other half of the main event and so many other interesting happenings around that time frame. For my partner in crime, the Berzerker John Nord, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Thursday night. Until then, you and yours be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston.
Take care.
Wrestling fans, spring kicks off with the in-studio return of the Berzerker, John Nord, Thursday, April the 14th, to kick off Back to the 80s live Wrestling in Legends Fanfest weekend. The Berzerker returns for Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, a cyber autograph signing, and more. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign to you live on the air. The big man kicks off 3 big days of action, excitement, and memories. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information.
The road to WrestleMania goes through Savannah.
It is about to go down.
It hits different lugs. Witness a massive main event when Big E battles Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins, and Bobby Lashley in a fatal 4-way match for the WWE Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour in Savannah, Sunday, March 13th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. We're back at our normal time after our early 10 p.m. start due to the hoops recently on the TNT, and they moved AEW Rampage a little early. Oh, that was 2 weeks ago, but who's counting when you're having fun? And we do have a lot of fun on this crazy program of ours.
We do.
We have a lot of fun with Oscar's Insight on Monday Night Mission, every Monday night after Raw.
Another great guy.
Tuesday, we had our ECW-themed show before Just Incredible took his money and vanished, but anyway. Wednesday night, we have Wrestling Insider Special Edition with rotating legends like D'Lo Brown, The Godfather, Kevin Sullivan, Demolition, Bushwhacker Luke. The list goes on and on. The superstars that'll be with us in a little, just over 6 weeks. Saturday night, April the 16th, I should say, at Memorial Hall in Melrose. They're going to be joining us in studio all weekend long. We're going to be having live specials on the 14th and the 15th, leading into the big event on the 16th. It's going to be like a party all week, Johnny.
Party with Marty.
Well, we're waiting for Marty to recoup from his recent hospital visit, so to speak. And we're going to get season 2 of Party with Marty underway.
He's
the
a great
fans
guy.
are ready to party again.
Get better, brother. Get better.
Hopefully he's not overdoing it on those surgically repaired ankles. I know he's had other problems. He's just... I wish I could just tone him down a little bit. I wish I could take him maybe from a 10 on the Marty scale to maybe a 7.
You never
I think
do that.
that would be good for
You
him.
never do that with Marty.
You
Jannetty.
can't. It's
Nope.
impossible. It's impossible.
Nope.
But anyway, Thursday nights we have throwback Thursdays with the Berzerker, which the fans have fallen in love with. John Nord, the Berzerker, he's been in almost, I don't know if hiding is the right word, up in Fridley, Minnesota, but he wasn't someone that was being used an awful lot. Now the fans have fallen in love with the man and his unique, eccentric, fun, crazy personality all over again.
Honest.
I never know what, very honest.
Honest.
Gold-plated.
Yeah.
He's had some comments about the Sheik, which I almost passed out from laughter when he made the comments. I don't know if you're familiar with that story.
No.
That when they crossed the border, the Sheik put his medicine in the Berzerker's bag.
Oh, I heard that. That was one of his interviews. I watched that. Yeah. Well, that's not true, Mr. Dan Meradi. You don't know. I said I never did that. You betrayed. Nah, Nord, you can't see me, Sheik. Astrid Yard. Break your back, make you humble.
Well, Nord didn't understand what humble meant.
Ooh.
And I had to explain it to him. And then Nord went wild at that point. He went, that is so fucking Iranian of you, cause.
Oh, boy.
We don't do that filthy shit here in America.
Oh, Nord. Why do you come here?
And then Friday night, like we like to say, you're almost like the father figure of what we do in Boston wrestling. You let the kids run wild during the week, and then you come home and make sure we all go to bed.
He's a great
go
guy.
to bed on time
He's
and behave ourselves.
Great human being.
John Nord, well, like he's hopefully when John was here recently, you two had a chance to converse. As he was very excited to meet you, because he said he didn't ever remember meeting you in the past. And he had great admiration for your son and everything he's done with the Make-A-Wish kids.
It's all about my son.
He wanted to meet you too.
Oh, that's very honorable. Thank you.
I don't know if he remembers the punt from hell with Randy Orton, but I don't think the Berzerker was watching at that point.
I don't think many people are watching.
No, that's not true. Remember the Cena feud? When you had to put John in his place about the TV ratings from some of your Raw appearances.
Yeah, Bar Rescue.
Yeah. You and John had a little social media war.
We had a lot of fun with that. I hope John enjoyed it.
Cena.
I hope he enjoyed that.
Cena.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing that again.
Well, contact John Taft and see if he's interested.
Well, do you think maybe he could rescue Cam Sagami after the beating that you gave him?
Cam Sagami.
Cam said it was the worst beating he took since his ass 2 weekends before, but that's a different story for a different time.
All I remember was JTG's boot nailing him, and I mean nailing him in the face. You know how I know he got nailed?
How do you know?
Because I had put my hand in the way. Bang! And my hand took care of Zagami. It was like, whoa! I'll tell you what, man, that was fun. But I really didn't, well, we didn't hurt him that bad.
That bad?
Not bad.
He didn't have to go to the hospital.
We hurt his pride.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time, but anyway. I would love to see John Taffer involved with things here. He's a man does a lot of great work, rescuing people in bars around the country. But you two shooting on each other on Twitter was a thing of beauty. Oh, I don't know what that word means. We always put a lot of hard work into
yeah.
No, but I mean, you talk about, I would think, imagine him as the general manager on Raw or SmackDown or AEW with his feistiness and that large personality. He'd be perfect.
Yeah,
he's missing the boat. He's great at rescuing bars. It's what he's done his whole life. But as the general manager of a wrestling program, I think he'd be out of this world. Almost like how people used to look at Don West when he'd be hustling baseball cards at 2 o'clock in the morning on the Shop at Home type channels. And then he went on to TNA Impact as a commentator and a merchandise man for them. You never know.
I just got a wicked idea. I'm looking at your chairs.
Yeah.
Why don't we put Fabo's face on one? Maybe we can sell Fabo chairs. We can put Berzerker. We could put some of the superstars that you're going to have for the signing.
You mean pictures of them?
Like WrestleMania chairs.
Do you know how much those would cost to have made?
Cheap.
How much?
Cheap, because you know what you do?
What do you do?
You just go to the printer and you have them made on a peel-off stick-on, just like you do with...
So we should give people cheap garbage, in other words.
No, it's not garbage. It'll last forever if you do it right.
Well, we'll have to talk about that.
Yeah, I think it's a good marketing. I think it'll work. I'll even pay for 3 of them to do myself.
Well, we'll have to see if Paget would allow them at Memorial Hall.
Please.
They have to be linked together at that venue.
No, I have no problem at all. I'll take 3 of them. I'll put a Fabo on that. Put the $1 million bill across the top. It's good to be great, but it's great to be fabulous. Put that picture on the bottom. $50 a chair, $25 a chair. Gone.
Put all the legends' faces on the ass of the chair, and there you go.
Gone.
Well, we have 6 weeks to talk about it. That would be a nice collectible for the fans.
That's what I'm saying.
I know. You know, it's funny that you mention it. At the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion, they had, I think, 4 made, and they had all of the inductees autograph them, and they're going to raffle them off or auction them off or something at this year's.
So why not do that, and we'll have them everybody autographs that chair.
You know, I should ask them how they have them made.
It's not an expensive proposition, believe me.
As long as we're not spending $50 a chair or something.
Absolutely
not.
not.
I have no idea, John.
No.
I have no idea. I have never had chairs made in my life, believe it or not.
As long as you have the chairs, the silk screening is minimal. Once they do that, you're done.
Where would you have the designed?
There must be somebody that does silk screening around here.
Howard, have you ever had a chair designed? No, all right. Well,
He has, but not the kind of chair you want.
do you want to hear something funny, Johnny? We
What's
talk
that?
about the members of our crew.
What's that?
After a few hellacious incidents that you witnessed firsthand, to show that there's forgiveness in this world. You know who called me at about 12:30 the other night out of the blue?
The Lion?
Cecil the Lion, yes. After he exploded here on the stage, that time he walked across the front of the camera to hand you your coffee when we were in the middle of the talk show. He called and apologized for all the trouble that he started. So that says a lot about Cecil.
Drugs is a bad thing.
Then or when he made the apology? Or both?
He apologized to you because he finally realized in his life all the shit he's got himself into. So let's bring him back.
And you know where he was?
No.
At the world-famous Kowloon Entertainment and Dining Complex on Route 1 in Saugus, Massachusetts.
Let's bring him back.
Well, you know what? It was interesting, I guess, to hear from him, and I appreciated the fact that he went to that length. It's not always easy to say.
Takes
I'm
a big
sorry.
man to apologize.
Yeah, even if you're a midget. But
well, you'll always be a midget, Marati.
Lot to talk about in the world of wrestling. It is WrestleMania season, Johnny. I know your schedule is jamming up. Mine is jamming up. I had major, big money appearances lined up for you that you had to turn down. You're so busy. I mean, it's that type of year again. We got to get Marty out of bed. We got to get John Newitt out of Fridley, Minnesota. Have you ever been to Fridley, Minnesota?
I know that's where Molly Holly lives.
She lives in Fridley, Minnesota?
In Minnesota.
Oh, but not in
I don't even... Are you making this up?
No, that's the name of the city.
Fridley?
Fridley. Almost like friendly. Fridley.
Well, okay.
Have you ever been to Fridley?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
We were in Minnesota.
I taught at...
You taught?
Yep. I used to teach for the Society of Real Estate Appraisers, the American Institute of Real Estate Appraisers. And they would hold courses. Hotel, teach, leave. That's it.
But it wasn't in Fridley.
People are very friendly in Minnesota.
Aren't they? It's like another world. They're so nice.
It's like going to Maine. When you cross the line from New Hampshire into Maine, it's like, it's another world. People say hello, thank you, excuse me. In Florida, I don't know what people got against Florida except the heat. It's a whole different world. Thank you, excuse me. Oh, did you want to buy that first? Please, it's yours. No, I'm going to shoot you because it's the last PlayStation 5.
Whoa, wait a minute.
No.
Do you think they have any PS5s in Fridley? Different story for a different time. All right, wrestling fans, getting down to the nuts and bolts of what's going on in wrestling. One of the staples of WrestleMania week, under normal circumstances, I wish they didn't do it last year the way they did in front of no people, but the WWE Hall of Fame, Johnny. Something I enjoy. I don't think you were as big of a fan of it as I am, even under the best of circumstances, but this year apparently it's going to be done with fans after the SmackDown taping on the Friday night. Could make for a long night.
And you're worried about one night for WrestleMania! No thanks.
Jeff Hardy apparently was offered a spot back in the company, in the Hall of Fame by John Laurinaitis. And Jeff asked if it was just for him or for him and his brother. And I don't know if it's because Matt is in AEW or they don't feel Matt is WWE Hall of Fame worthy as of yet. But he said no. What do you think?
What makes Jeff Hardy or Matt Hardy worthy of the Hall of Fame?
Considering some of the people that are in there right now, you don't think they're worthy?
Considering you got nobody else to put up there?
I'm sure that's part of it too.
Yeah. And
Slim Pickens.
And I'm not being derogatory to either of those two outstanding performers. I've worked with Matt. I've never had the opportunity to work with Jeff.
Jeff is a great human being.
Okay, he has his own issues.
His
own demons.
I have my stance against drinking and driving, but as far as the human being goes, there's a good soul in there.
Okay,
It says had a lot of problems.
My theory is that the reason he said no, it's both or none. And to me, that's honorable. It would be like if my son Matt, who was originally going to be part of WWE and tag up with his brother John, let's say, if John was going to the Hall of Fame, I don't go without my brother, or my brother doesn't go without me. That's family.
Do
That's
you think
caring.
it may be because Jeff may be in AEW at that point?
You know, I don't think it really matters where you are.
You think WWE would want to put in an active AEW superstar in their Hall of Fame?
You know, the easiest way to win the war is to get into the enemy's camp.
Well, it was one thing to induct Billy Gunn before the company had had its first event when Triple H made that little joke during the induction that Vince could buy AEW if he wanted to, and it hasn't quite worked out that way. But
no, I'm sure he's made offers. And Tony Khan is saying, I have as much, if not more.
Yeah, and if not, I think it'd take a quick phone call to his
Dad.
father that owns the Jacksonville Jaguars and the soccer team, and I believe, is he not an oil baron of some kind?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So I don't think they need WWE or anyone else's money.
Nope.
But as far as running a sensible business, I think they've done a good job with keeping, a bankroll, so to speak, trying to keep a budget that they don't want to go over. I heard, and I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to guess it was Owens and Zayn, but there were two recent free agents that made overtures to them that they weren't able to offer them what they were hoping for, which was mega bucks for Punk and Bryan, and even Adam Cole, I was told, is making far more in AEW than he was in WWE. So they don't have it for everybody. They're not going to be like WCW and just write blank checks, which I think is very smart of them.
Well, Owens, I respect him, and I said it before. You said he's got a mega $1 million contract with them.
2 or 3 a year.
Okay, but if he's smart enough to negotiate it, and they're
Good for
smart enough
him.
to use him, absolutely. That's what it's all about. Because the only product that he has is himself, and that product has a limitation on it. So you might as well get what you can while you can. I just think that they're so afraid of losing more talent, they're willing to do anything to keep it. And they made 2 big mistakes. You know what they are. Don't have to go into those again. The Fiend, Strowman, why in God's earth? I don't know, but they did it. Like I say, we'll see what happens.
Well, again, there's been a lot of questionable releases, but I mean, to re-sign Owens for that much money, I think was insane.
Well, back to the Hall of Fame.
Well, back to the Hall of Fame.
I think Jeff is smart in what he did. If it was for both of them, I think they'd both be in. If it was not, because what they have accomplished, most people remember as a team, the Hardy Boys. Then they went on the single road.
Well, Jeff was a world champion.
I understand.
Not to take that away from him.
No, I will not. But the fact is that a lot of what was done with both. They both helped each other achieve the status that they now carry. So I can appreciate him saying no. I think it takes a lot to say no, because I'll tell you what, just between you and I don't think he'll be asked a second time.
Do you ever see John Laurinaitis going in for his contributions in the world of wrestling, and then later as the SmackDown general manager? I enjoyed that character an awful lot.
I think John Laurinaitis had a lot to offer. He brought a lot to the show.
People power.
Yep, he did.
Main evented on pay-per-view against your son.
I main evented against Randy Orton. I'm not.
Well, they're waiting to put you in the celebrity wing, from what I'm told.
I'll tell you what, don't drink any more Fabo Pop, because it's not good for you.
Well, we're still trying to figure out if Quincy Rastani stole the Lime Ricky.
You got it right there. It's back.
No, the green one.
Oh, the lemon lime.
Oh, is that what flavor it is?
Lemon
I'm sorry.
lime. I got to bring you one of those to
Well,
replace
I still
it.
think Rastani had something to do with it. Last time he was here, he was eyeing them. He wanted one, and I said, Quincy, those have been sitting there for some time.
They're still good, though.
Well,
what I should do is have them open up a lemon lime for me and put a little bit of X-Lax powder in there. We'll seal
Then
it
we'll
back
see
up.
for sure if
And
it's
if he
stolen.
has a shitty day, we'll know.
Well, Quincy is anxious to try your soda. He will never forgive Reno for what happened at that event when you trusted him with the pop to sell.
Oh, my God. Anyway, that's what it is. It is what it is.
The Hatfields and the McCoys. But anyway, Do you think, but anyway, I don't think you answered. Do you think Laurinaitis will ever be in the WWE Hall of Fame?
Eventually, but not now. Eventually. But again, see, the Hall of Fame, to me, is outstanding above and beyond The Rock, Austin, Mick Foley. That's Hall of Fame material. Not that John Laurinaitis didn't contribute a lot to this business, or his brothers, or brother, a lot to this business. I think at some time when I see the Hall of Fame inductees, it becomes questionable. Do I just need bodies to stand up at a podium? And that's what's bad about the Hall of Fame. The other thing that I don't like about the Hall of Fame, I'm all with Paul Levesque, Triple H. If you ain't got a building, you shouldn't have a Hall of Fame. You know what? There should be a physical Hall of Fame, and they could have done that at Orlando, Florida, at Universal Studios. You've got
It would have been a great spot.
Oh, you've got all this memorabilia. I mean, when you go to Titan Towers,
another
there's
merchandise
Andre's
store.
boots,
Yep.
there's Hogan's stuff, there's Triple H's stuff.
But I'll say this, I can agree with the Vince McMahon point of view is that most Hall of Fames lose money every year. How do you keep it fresh? Now, if you had NXT wrestling, if you had...
No, one of the ways you keep that fresh
How would you
is
keep it fresh?
you develop a 4D ride that takes you through the world of professional wrestling. Anything. Hey, you're involved in a match. Like a Spider-Man ride. Something like that. Or where you stand up.
So would you put the Hall of Fame in the park at that point?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you wouldn't have it on City Walk like it was going to be?
No.
Because that's where it was going to be.
I understand that.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
no. I'd put it... No, you'd never make money there. You'd go broke. No, you'd go broke.
So you think Universal should license it from them and have it in the amusement park? Interesting. I say I never thought of it like that.
Yep, that's where the money is.
Howard, you gave us the signal, right? All right, well, wrestling fans right now, before Howard comes up with the shovel, give us the Phil DeCesare treatment, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more as we count down, folks. 6 weeks, 1 day away until we go back to the 80s.
Phil DeCesare.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the Indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Loomis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE Authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition as we have sometimes, like I said, the banter in between segments sometimes is just as fun as the show itself.
I hope the fans enjoy it.
If you're ever on the Mass Pike out by Worcester, don't break down. Anyways, Johnny, I know you were saddened that one of your favorite wrestling programs has come to an end. 205 Live is no longer in existence. It's been replaced by NXT Level Up. I don't know if that's a way to try and combat AEW Rampage Friday nights at 10 by giving it the NXT brand label as opposed to a lifeless show that had guys that weighed more than 205 pounds and really no one watched at all. Did you ever watch 205 Live? Once? No.
Not interested.
Will you tune into NXT Level?
I don't even watch
Level
NXT.
Up.
I don't even watch NXT.
When it's on the USA Network?
I don't even watch.
You haven't seen the A champion, Carmelo Hayes?
I don't. No, sir, I have not.
Johnny.
You know what?
My feelings are hurt.
I enjoy and I love professional wrestling. I do. I try to watch as much of it as I can. I watch a lot of reruns where it's believable.
The classics.
Yep. I just think that they have done such a disservice.
Modern day sports entertainment isn't for you.
It is in some cases when it's done right.
Well, I'll ask you this, Johnny. Do you think it was wise, from a business point of view, to rebrand 205 Live, that no one really cared about, had a vested interest in, or was watching, and rebrand it with almost like as a B NXT show to give the younger guys that they're not working, they don't have the house shows down there anymore, to give guys a chance to get a little video exposure, maybe is the best way to put it. I don't think it's going to draw a gigantic audience on Friday night at 10, but you know what, it's good for the library. As time goes on and those guys from NXT Level Up go to NXT and go to Raw and SmackDown, they'll have footage of them from when they were extremely young for future video packages. I know they're not going to do DVDs anymore, but do you think that's a wise rebranding of the Friday night show, or would you have just done away with it completely?
I think I'd have been better off just to do away with it.
Why?
So I could get that kind of response from you.
But no, honestly, if you were the...
All right, let's be real. First of all, who's watching NXT?
600 or so thousand people a week.
Good. So how many people are going to watch the rebranding show?
NXT Level Up? Oh, if they hit six figures, I would be surprised.
So what would you do?
If it's not costing them any extra money, if they're doing it the same
Well,
night.
they're just filling a slot. That's all they're doing. They're just swapping the product and renaming it.
Yeah.
So here's my answer to that. It's already there. Let's see if we can make it a little bit better. Give it a shot. That's it.
I think they have a better chance of attracting an audience with it having the NXT label than 205 Live.
You know what happens?
And go ahead.
NXT is losing its luster.
Oh,
so
say that again.
You know what? Unless you can really get the diamond to shine, why put any more money into it?
Well, I agree with you with what you're saying, but I also agree with the viewpoint of let's give these guys, we have 100 or so guys and girls under contract down in Orlando. Let's give them something to do. Let's give them a chance to at least work in front of video cameras and learn how to work a small crowd down there that they have at the Performance Center and how to work the different camera angles and to take part in, unfortunately, what looks like will be vignettes and skits and things like that will continue. You know, I say if that's the way they're going to push them and use them on Raw and SmackDown, the sooner they learn it and the sooner they know how to execute it, the better.
I don't disagree with that. I think that's a very smart move. That facility that Triple H built is unbelievable. It's a college campus for professional wrestling. I'm just concerned about the way the product's being handled now and where it will go from now. Could go right in the garbage if they're not going to correct what they're doing. But I do agree with what you're saying, and that's unusual for me. But you know what? You've got to have a place to train. You've got to have a place to prepare for. You know, as much as UPW, when I first was aware of it, Ultimate Pro Wrestling in California.
Okay.
Yep, that's where John started. If you look at, and I have that show, Inside Pro Wrestling. One of the things that I was impressed at was they did on camera, that was part of the course. They did promos, that was part of the course. They did ring psychology, that was part of the course. If that's what their intent is, it's worth every penny. Because when you get them to the biggest show, up there to Raw and SmackDown, they already understand what it takes to get out there and perform. The thing I see wrong today in the indie shows and even in the upper ranks is they don't know how to read the crowds. They don't know how to react to the situation. They don't know how to sell. They just have lost it all. All they care about is getting in the ring, and you know, Cam Zagami proved that, getting your shine. That was it. That's not what this business is all about. You know, you tell a guy or you tell a young lady, Marati's going over tonight. Well, geez, that can't happen. Wait a second. What are you being paid? $200. What am I being paid? $200. What difference does it make who goes over? As long as those people right there in those seats are happy, we take care of each other, and we both walk out of here safe. Who cares about win or lose? That's why people would say to me, oh, well, he doesn't have the belt anymore. You know why he doesn't have the belt anymore? Because he doesn't need it anymore. Or it's over. He's going to be taking a back seat. Don't you understand how this works? And I agree with those comments, the diehard wrestling fans. But they're doing the right thing. They should continue to do that. More wrestling schools should have that capability. Because the people we're getting now are not trained. They are not trained.
They're sent off to the independents with a lot of bad habits.
They're not even trained to get in that ring.
And some, not all cases, but some.
I've worked with some young people. I've been smacked in the face 3 or 4 times. I go back and, weren't you trained how to throw a punch?
Let me try.
Come on.
You know what's sad, though, Johnny? I look at 205 Live. Again, you hate to use the terminology. Missed opportunity. That original roster right now, I tell you this, I'd put it on par maybe with the original AEW roster from A to Z when it debuted in 2019 compared to what 205 Live had when it came to life in 2016. So many great talents, misused, jobbed out, looked down upon because of their size, turned into comedic jokes. But I mean, you know, I think it would almost make for an interesting show sometime for us to look at. What was the original roster for 205 Live when it debuted in 2016? And what happened to all of those guys? Mustafa Ali is one of the last ones left, and they won't let him out of his contract.
Why?
Free Ali.
I don't get it. Why?
They'll get rid of everybody else on the planet that doesn't want to go.
Why?
Ego, I guess. They don't want to say, okay, you can go, but we'll let everybody else that wants to stay go.
How much longer does he get his contract?
2.5. He wrote something on Twitter the other day. I'll see you guys in 2.5 years. So quite a while, I'm guessing.
You know what I say, and I'm being a wise guy.
All right.
I love wrestling. But if I were getting $3 million a year, and you said you can't get in the ring, you can't wrestle, I'd find me a nice little day job and collect that $3 million every year. I'd be a happy kid.
Well, wait a minute. Well, better than Johnny. All right, wrestling fans, it'll be interesting to see the future of Mustafa Ali. I think I've said it before, Johnny, on this show. If not, it was with Oscar. But if he's ever available, I'd love to see Mustafa Ali in a Boston Wrestling MWF ring.
I would definitely look forward to that. Outstanding individual, a lot of talent, brings a lot to the game.
He'd make everyone else on the roster level up, no pun intended.
Well, we need that.
Well, Johnny, speaking of maybe leveling down a little bit, you're almost in-laws. The Bellas seem to be reinvigorated by their appearance at the Royal Rumble, and they're very anxious to try and get back into the squared circle again and make a run for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship belts. Just when we thought it was over, after all their claims of their injuries and their broken necks and their broken down bodies, like they were Dory and Terry Funk, it appears they want more of a run. I don't even know if one more. They haven't been gone long enough, really.
Just like Jaws. Every time the shark came back, they blew it up and killed it. You know what? All I got to say is this: they do have an in.
When?
They do have an in.
Oh, an in, yes.
Yes. So that's a plus for them. It's a minus for the fans if they do it. I think the reception they got when they came back was not very good. So,
and usually at the Royal Rumble, every legend, and not that I'm calling them legends, but every superstar from the past that comes back gets a great reaction. And theirs was tepid.
Yeah.
There was really no different than someone
they'll
like
be in the Hall of
Ivory.
Fame next.
They're already in.
There you go, see?
Oh. What does that say about the Hall of Fame?
That we're scraping, and no offense, we're really looking for people to go in. And you know what? You joke about me going to the Celebrity Hall of Fame and all this stuff. First of all, I look at some of the people, fathers, who did what they did for their daughters or sons in the encyclopedia. I didn't even make that. I might have made the toilet paper in the men's room, but that's about it. Not that I'm bragging, I'm saying hooray for me, but wow. All I got to say is wow. And then I look at these two individuals and I say, so really and truly, ladies, and forget who they are or what they are, I'm just a fan. Ladies, what have you done that warrants you the Hall of Fame? Really and truly, I don't see a damn thing outstanding in what you've done that warrants you to get the ring. Maybe get the finger, but not the ring.
Well, I'll bite my tongue with what I was going to say to that. But
yeah, don't do it.
I would say, as far as the Hall of Fame goes, I really can't cast blame on them. That was the decision maker's choice. My problem with them is just they were never very good, and they never took the initiative to get much better.
Because they didn't have to. Because you remember that when they were doing their thing, what was the key thing that they were pushing with the women's division? TNA. That was the key thing. You didn't go to watch women wrestle. You wanted to hope there was a nip slip. You were hoping that one of the uniforms or the wrestling things didn't fit just right. No, and Vince had these stupid matches. Vicky Guerrero in a mud match or come on, a bra and panties match, a pillows match where they get these scanty. That's where they fitted. Then it came time to say, now you've got to prove yourself as a professional wrestler.
You weren't a fan of the bra and panties matches.
Oh, please. You know what? Total misuse of professional wrestlers, women who are outstanding in what they do, being degraded and brought down to zero. The fact is, they all did it, and they did it because that's what they were involved in. That was their job, that was their position. I'm sure if a lot of the ladies look back on it now, I'm sure they'll have a difference of opinion. The Bellas, again, I can't take a lot away from them. I can't give them a lot either.
Well, there's not much to take away.
And forget about where they are or who they were going to be or whatever.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. To put those two people, this year's Hall of Fame?
It was last year.
Yeah.
In Tampa.
That shows you how much I
They
watched.
threw Bailey down the ramp.
Yep.
In the rain with Titus O'Neil and Hulk Hogan dressed as pirates.
Yep. Well, guess what?
Then they started dancing with them as pirates.
The only thing they didn't do was have the ship, and that should have been the Titanic. You know, I get in trouble for what I say.
That's where their careers belong.
Yeah,
that's what their matches felt like.
I get in trouble a lot. I get phone calls that you shouldn't say that. Well, you know what? I guess I am who I am. I say what I feel. And
you shoot.
You don't have to like me. We just have to respect each other. And look, those ladies were who they were when they were. They got, in many cases, what they got because of who they were with. And I'm not being facetious.
No, I think you're right.
Why don't you just let it go, ladies? Because the reception you're going to get.
There's no one asking for it. No one, other than them, no one wants it.
No, well, maybe the guy in charge of talent relations does.
And that could be just, well, you know what they say, happy
wife, happy life.
Yeah.
But there again, well, that's their manager. Their manager is their mom.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
She's a great person. No,
I know.
She's a great businesswoman. But the whole thing is very simple. You're done. It's over. You know what? Tell you what you do. Why don't you start a wrestling school?
Oh.
There you go.
Let
now
them
you'll
go
have.
make their wine.
No,
let them go dance with the
Wait
stars
a second.
again.
Where can you buy their wine?
Didn't they open a winery or a vineyard or
Gone.
something?
They
Oh,
had
is it?
online children's clothes. Gone.
That's right. They did. What did they name it? Birdie or something like
I
that
don't
after
know
one of
what
their
they
kids?
called it. Birdie, yeah. And I'm sitting back and I'm going, please. For a lady that didn't want to have any children right away.
Yeah, she had a kid pretty quick.
Yeah, Nikki sure proved that, yep. And so I just kind of sit back and say, you do what you want. Just remember when you come back, if you come back, you think you'll be open, welcome arms. It'll probably be another mistake that Vince makes, but it'll be like, thank you for your, and good luck on your future endeavors after the first 3 months, because you bring nothing to the table.
Well, can they just find something to do outside of the world of wrestling?
I told you, open a wrestling school.
No, even that's involved with wrestling. Anything other than wrestling. I mean, granted, the
what
wine and the children's clothes didn't go so good, but I mean, you know them? Do they have any talents that you know of?
They are very nice people.
But do they have any talents?
Yes,
All
Nikki
right.
and her sister.
Could they open a charm school?
They'd be great in a cosmetic line.
Okay.
They'd be great. Nikki would be great in the corporate world as her sister because they're very well-schooled, negotiating, and awesome kids. Believe me, I have nothing bad to say except you didn't do well in professional wrestling. You got a D on the report card. That's it. That's it. So, maybe AEW wants you.
Oh. Let them go. But those are probably two of the types that they wouldn't want to go.
Hall of Fame. That just did it for me. I should have remembered last year.
What about dancing with Titus O'Neil and Hulk Hogan when they were dressed as pirates on the stage?
Let's put it this way.
I think I went up and charged my phone at that point.
But see, once again, everything's got a price. Hogan and Titus, how much you get paid for that? $500,000. Okay, and if they asked you to shit on the stage, would you have done it? Yep.
That was the rap, Howard? Oh, all right. Howard Miller's, he's confusing me, which isn't easily done.
It is.
All right, wrestling fans are running out of time now after burying the Bellas. Leave your thoughts in the premiere chat or the comment section below with your thoughts on perhaps the Bellas coming back for a big women's tag team title run. We'll be back after this brief timeout. Wrestling fans, spring kicks off with the in-studio return of the Berzerker, John Nord, Thursday, April the 14th, to kick off Back to the 80s live wrestling in Legends Fanfest weekend. The Berzerker returns for Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, a cyber autograph signing, and more. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign to you live on the air. The big man kicks off 3 big days of action, excitement, and memories. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live event in Legends Fan Fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, the Indestructible Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and if you great fans step up and get those VIP packages and tickets now, we'll add more 80s WWF Legends. VIPs take part in exclusive Q&A sessions and an 80s Legends group photo before doors open to all fans for an autograph photo fan fest and a night of hot in-ring action for memories that'll last a lifetime while helping our friends from Make-A-Wish. Tell your friends, tell your family. It's the wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Lock in the best seats in the party now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April 16th.
The road to WrestleMania runs through Allentown. The women of Raw take center stage as big-time Becks, the EST, and the Nightmare collide for the Raw Women's Championship. Plus,
I am a revolutionary. I am a visionary.
Seth freaking Rollins. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour. This Sunday. Tickets on sale now.
Johnny, it is unbelievable. We are just a hair over 6 weeks away from the big one at Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts, Saturday night, April the 16th. We're going back to the 80s with superstars that you want to see, unlike the Bellas, that provided you with a lifetime of memories in your childhood, unlike the Bellas, who turned fans off, that they started to vanish from watching TV by the millions each year. But that's all
Because of the Bellas?
Well, I don't think they helped. Woo! Do you?
Wow, you're getting bad.
Do you?
You know what I say? Why don't we bring the Bellas in for signing?
You know what? They probably do. I don't know how much they'd charge, but I imagine there'd be a lot of fans that would be willing to pay money to see them.
I cannot take anything away from the fact that they draw, that people still would like to see the Bellas, but not in the ring.
I disagree with the drawing aspect of it. I think they have a fan base of those that are fans of them that is extremely diehard.
And limited.
And limited. There you go. All right. We agree on that. Johnny, I didn't realize Howard Miller almost came out again to DeCesare us, but one more thing before we go, as we continue to implore the fans to head on over to BostonWrestling.com, get those VIP packages and tickets. We have talked many times about potentially WWE being for sale, or going to be for sale in the future, and possible different suitors. It looks like perhaps another avenue, another door, at least as far as business relationships, is open, where WWE is partnered, I believe, for the very first time with Disney to bring WWE Network to India. What do you think? Thoughts on that? Do you think it could be something we look back on in a few years and say, wow, that's where it all began?
It did. That's right. Once again, the concentration doesn't seem to be on professional wrestling. It seems to be on garnering these side deals which create billions, which means that a company that was probably worth, I'm joking, 20 billion is now double that number. It's in a real good shine to be bought up and taken over. However, when that happens, you know that the chairman of the board will always be the chairman of the board, no matter if it's sold or not. Stephanie will always have a spot. Triple H will have a spot. Shane O'Mac maybe might have a spot. Linda McMahon always has a spot.
Linda McMahon's been gone since 2009, Johnny. What spot do you think she's going to have?
Do you know something?
She's 70-something years old.
Wait a minute.
And works for Trump. Do you really think she's interested in wrestling?
Works for Trump?
Well, she works for one of the super PACs.
Well, that's great, but you know what?
Well, heads up one of the super PACs.
God bless.
Do you think she has time to worry about SmackDown?
God bless Donald Trump, but you know what? He's doing the same thing he did when he was president. Did a lot of good things, but he's not keeping his mouth shut. He's just burying himself even further. So run in 2000.
I didn't even know that.
Run in 2024. Keep making the accusations and trying to bury people, and people are tired now.
You think Sleepy's going to make it to 2024?
Never. Neither is Kamala Harris.
There's not a lot of movement going on with him. I don't see much or hear much from him.
I would think he's
like, I think we see more of Goldberg each year than we do Joe Biden.
He'll probably resign by June.
By June? Why do you say that?
It's my birthday.
Oh, all right. Well, you're looking for an early gift, I guess. But anyway.
Him and Harris.
All joking aside. You're talking about Kamala, the vice
Harris,
president.
Not Kamala.
Kamala.
Not Kamala. He's
the
gone.
Ugandan giant, unfortunately.
I work with him.
Yeah, he was great with us in the beginning, but
he was a great guy to work with in the ring.
That loincloth video.
Well,
do you think Khan is looking to open up perhaps a bidding war that includes Disney, NBC Universal, who they're in bed with both NXT, Raw, and WWE Network? Fox pays a premium price for SmackDown each week. Freddie Prinze Jr., the actor, who is a very lucky man married to one of my all-time favorites, the lovely Sarah Michelle Gellar, said that when the negotiations were going down for SmackDown, that WWE pitched Fox buy the entire company, but I guess the price was outrageous, what they were asking for, so they just decided to take SmackDown on for 5 years. Do you think they'd attempt to try and create a bidding war between the three entities?
Yep, that's Vince.
Do you think that any of these up-and-coming streaming services would be interested? Could you see someone like Netflix wanting to buy WWE?
No.
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 Do you think it would kind of be odd, but I mean, let's per se a sale went through over the next couple of years, where WWE Network is licensed to Peacock and NBC for at least 4 more, well, I don't know, let's just say 4 to make it easy, a Disney-owned company on NBC's streaming platform before it could go to the Disney streaming.
That would make more sense.
But wouldn't it be odd, as would be my question, if just per se Disney bought WWE,
which they would,
and the network would be on NBC's Peacock?
They wouldn't who cares?
You don't think they'd care?
Cash is cash, isn't it?
Out of those 3, could you see a bidding war gone wild? Fox was big on the idea of WWE because they were getting, for I think less money, 52 weeks a year of WWE as opposed to 17 weeks a year of UFC. Obviously, WWE has a relationship with the USA Network / NBC going back to the 80s. Disney is always looking for content.
And Disney has the money.
Disney's got the money,
Disney's got the money. So my money would be on Disney. Disney saying, yes, we'll take it. Look you've had Disney stuff on Netflix. You've had Disney stuff on HBO Max. They don't care where their product is as long as it goes ka-ching. And if they did it, it's on Peacock. Have a nice day. Gets in the bottom line who gets the money at the end of the week. We do. They don't really care. I'll tell you this, though. I think one of the things that you've got to be careful of is professional wrestling is not as popular as it used to be.
Right.
So does the investment warrant the return? There may be no return. You can't pay all this money and have no return. I think the TV stations are sitting back. Fox Network is going, well, we expected to get 20 million viewers. We're not getting that. We're not getting our money's worth. It's too bad. The chairman of the board would sit and say, I signed the contract. So did you. That's it. It's over and done with. So they're building, in my opinion, only my humble opinion, a saleable product. Very saleable, not in terms of professional wrestling, but in terms of bottom line income.
And content.
You got it.
The content, it's content galore. All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time, Johnny. Again, if you had to make a pick, or I'm going to say a number, UFC, I think, went for about 4. What do you think WWE goes for once it's sold? 4 billion, yeah.
Oh, WWE sold? It's got to be $10 billion, $12 billion.
Really? I think.
Oh, way up there.
Right around there?
Way up there.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't see it. Maybe 8 to 12.
You think it at least doubles UFC?
Oh, easy.
Easy? All right. Well, all right, wrestling fans, what do you think about all the fun, crazy we talked about here in the world of professional wrestling? Again, as we're less than 6 weeks away from our Back to the 80s extravaganza, share your thoughts in the premiere box to your right. If you're not watching during the premiere on Friday night, shame on you for missing the fun, but there's always the description box below. But forget about description boxes and premiere chats, Johnny. There's only one place the fans are going to want to be 6 weeks from tomorrow night. Forget about Dudleyville. We're talking about 590 Main Street Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday night, April the 16th. Pigottville becomes MWFville when we go back to the 80s with Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito Santana and Cowboy Bob Orton, the wild and unpredictable Berzerker, the Warlord, Dangerous Danny Davis, and I'm hearing rumors you may have another announcement Monday night.
I will.
You and your announcements, my God. All right, wrestling fans, for Linda Dano, Majo Ouellette, what was the other one's name? Elizabeth Hubbard, all these other Bozarks that all want a piece of them. John Cena Sr., I wish I could have just some of the cast-offs, some of the rainwater.
Done.
You know what I mean?
Done.
I can't get any. You think maybe I can get Great Outdoors?
Done. Easy.
Would you care?
Nope.
Well, I know you said that was a sensitive subject for you.
No, it's all right.
People's with exes and so on and so forth.
You know what?
It
is what it is.
It wouldn't create any friction between us.
Sir.
If I captured the heart of Great Outdoors.
Absolutely. Go for it.
I'm Dan Marotti, folks. Until we speak again, or even the computer's telling us, we'll see you next Friday night at 11 o'clock after AEW Rampage. You and yours, be healthy, be well. Good night from Boston. Take it away, Phil.
Wrestling fans, hope you enjoyed tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Again, if you could, please like, share, subscribe, help us get the word out so we can keep the family growing. If you had fun, like you would if you were at a bar or a restaurant, don't forget to tip the bartender or the waiter or the waitress. Again, we implore you, if you are in the Northeast, clear your calendar and head on over to BostonWrestling.com to get your VIP packages and tickets now for our Back to the 80s live MWF wrestling event in Legends Fanfest, a wrestling celebration decades in the making. WWE isn't bringing WrestleMania to Boston, so 6 weeks from tonight, on April the 16th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, we're bringing you a slice of WrestleMania history. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com. Don't forget the website, baby. Lock in the best seats in the house. Want more early ad-free full-length episodes of Wrestling Insiders each week? Well, the answer is simple. Archives of over 300 episodes? The answer is simple. A studio shoot interview DVD library seen by millions online and millions around the world thanks to Sheiky Baby on Howard Stern? The answer is simple. If you want watch-alongs with the superstars, all while keeping wrestling legends working directly. You're helping keeping them working. All for the cost of a cup of coffee. Simply, the solution is to join the Boston Wrestling Sports Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Open 24/7, virtually anywhere in the world. Let's get rocking, let's get rolling, catch up on what so many great legends, some that have even passed, have had to say about their outstanding careers, the memories and the legends in their minds. The Boston Wrestling eBay store is also open as we head into WrestleMania season. Find the eBay store link in the description box below or hit store on bostonwrestling.com. It'll take you right there. Very important, folks. As announced already, 8 WWF legends are coming to town for our Back to the 80s extravaganza, Saturday, April the 16th, just 6 weeks away. But John Cena Sr. and I have promised you more. If we sell enough VIP packages and event tickets by next Sunday, March the 13th, for proper advertising, we'll bring you a 9th, the 10th, and 11th, the 12th, even more featured superstars to Memorial Hall. If you guys can help us pack the hall, we'll give you an even bigger night than you could have ever imagined. We have a lot of love for this event. If you look back at our original lineup, we've lost Road Warrior Animal, we've lost Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. We want to celebrate our great legends and bring you a slice of WrestleMania history that WWE is not going to bring to Boston. You'll regret missing this one, fans, plain and simple. Again, head on over to bostonwrestling.com to lock in the best seats in the house now. We have another big week of Wrestling Insider episodes coming your way, along with more news on Back to the 80s. Don't miss a day online and across our social media. Until we speak again, friends, you and yours, be happy, be healthy. Good night from Boston. Phil DeCesare, take it away, brother.
Hi, this is Phil DeCesare. Thank you for enjoying tonight's Wrestling Insiders. Get early full-screen ad-free access to all our weeknight Wrestling Insider episodes while helping keep wrestling legends working by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can directly help us bring you more great historical wrestling content 7 days a week to enjoy for years to come.